Hi, everybody.
Oh, my microphone
Oh,
was off.
oh, okay. Hi.
Hello, Elvira. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
I was
Fine, thanks.
wondering
It's
why are
such a
you not
pleasure to be
responding
here.
to me, and I didn't realize my microphone was off.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to the 166th Mēlā and of the YaarAnād Virtual Baiṭhak series, and we are into the second season, and this is the fifth sitting. And I'm already getting complaints from many of my male friends and students and acquaintances that I started, that this has been the fourth woman. I mean, they
Oh,
are afraid that I'm becoming a feminist.
well, it's an important topic in this period, you know.
It is.
So,
It is. It is always. Yeah. I mean, we started the season one in the memory of, which is dedicated to Guru Nanak, the founder of the Sikh faith. His is the first recorded voice which spoke against the manly ill treatment of women, how women were looked down upon as property, that you could even
yeah.
gamble them away, purchase them, sell them, gift them, receive and
Oh,
give them as gifts. So they were like that, and they had no rights. So Guru Nanak was the first is the
yeah.
first recorded voice in the way he did is extraordinary, and it is sung. So yes,
Oh,
I'm actually, jokes apart, I'm very glad. I'm only glad. I was in fact thinking that maybe I should do the series of only the finest women contributors to excellence. But we will see.
good.
We will see.
Could be an
Yes,
idea.
you never
Yeah.
know. Yes. So tell us, this piece that we just heard. It was wonderful to hear. Valerio Losito, our common. I mean, he's a friend of yours. I know him well because he was very kind enough to accept be part of the Anad ensemble that I set up in February, early this year, late January, early February, and we practiced, did a few rehearsals, and then we played for Radio 3 on the 6th of March as well together with Michele Carreca and Carolina Pace
Mhm.
and Valentina. Um, so it was wonderful to see him in his red, because I know that he loves the color red. He's got a little bridge. I went to the Lutaio's
Yeah.
place in Rome, and he was getting the bridge all colored red, and I took the photos
Yes,
that day. and
yes,
and of
yes.
course, your husband Andrea was conducting. Do you? I mean, before we go to the technical aspects, don't you enjoy this, that you're making your husband dance in your music? That
Yes,
must be
yes,
so good. No, that must feel so good.
yes. It's mm, well, it's not always easy to work together uh, because also for public opinion,
That's
for a
true.
conductor to play woman his wife music. But when it happens, when it is possible, it's always incredible, and he knows my music very well. So. So, when people ask me, "Oh, can you suggest a conductor?" I always suggest him, not just because he's my husband, but
Yeah,
of course because he knows me and he
yeah,
knows how to approach my music. So, and it's always a great emotion for me.
yeah,
But
yeah,
in
yeah.
general, when there is among music, there is also friendship and a good relation with people who you play together. It's great. You make better music sometimes,
Yes,
and also the environment. Concerning this recording, I have great. I always remember this experience as something incredible concerning the relation with people, not just people I knew, but also the orchestra. There was such a good feeling, such a good mood, and the idea to do music together. And it was such an incredible experience.
yeah. And tell us about the piece. You call it alias Narcissus for Viola d'Amore. I mean, the other thing that I was sort of, I mean, I saw a Viola d'Amore being made by my friend Paul Hart. I mean, Paolo, Italian swing at his name. Paul Hart in Utah. He lives in Spring City and in Salt Lake City and also Spring Valley. Mount Pleasant, where I did, and I made a violin under him. So he had made a Viola d'Amore. It's amazing. So I actually have made a copy of a Stradivari under Paul Hart's guidance in 2001 in Utah. But then I saw the construction from close as a luthier, as a luthier, and as a conservator, to look at the magnificence of the construction, the tailpiece, the sculpture, and then of course the instrument. The sound with the sympathetic strings is just extraordinary. But when I was working with Valerio and others that I've known over the years who play Baroque and Renaissance era instruments, the range, it's not really as versatile in terms of range as a violin is. It has a very limited sort of a range, is it?
Well, there are some limitations, of course, because of its structure. The bridge is not so. It has not the circular section. It's not so big as in the violin, and that's could be a limitation, but it helps to do other things. So when I write for Viola d'Amore, I always try to think about it and use those limitations as not as limitations, but as particularities that helps me to do something else.
Yeah.
But, and for that, I also have to say that Valerio was really helpful in this, because I tried something, I brought him, and please play this, let me know if it is okay with the Viola d'Amore, and he was sending me also some audios with different techniques. In a certain way, we studied together.
I see. No, that's very important. I also saw, I mean, when I wrote the music for the first time, I think the music from the music I chose was from the late 15th century and early 15th century of Guru Nanak, and my ancestor, direct ancestor Bhai Sadharan, was his disciple. So we have some of his original work, original melodies. So I chose about 5-6 of them and I began writing. So for the first time, the Indian classical music was being there was an attempt being made, or that I was making an attempt in writing polyphonic. That means from the same old composition, I'm generating more music. Then I wrote percussion. I transposed all my percussion, like all of these I wrote music instead of writing percussion. So it's a pioneering work in that. So when I had multiple lines and I placed it in front of course, Czesław, and I worked, and then Czesław wrote it down for me in the staff notation, because here. Although I'm writing a poem. In fact, I was teasing while listening to the music. You won't believe this, what I wrote. Anyway, this is the notation from my notation, how it is for the Antara, as you can see. Antara is written. So this is how, this is my music written in the staff notation by Czesław. So multiple lines were written, and then I placed it in front of course, Michele Careca, Carolina Pace, Valentina, and Valerio, of course, is a fantastic, they're all absolutely brilliant musicians. So it was good for me to see what could be played on these instruments and what not. For example, even the recorder that he played was Lira di Braccio. In fact, he chose to play the Lira di Braccio and he thought that Viola d'Amore, the kind of music I was writing, that the version of Viola d'Amore that he had would not be able to render that. So he chose Lira di Braccio, and then Carolina plays the recorder flute. And again, with the recorder and the piccolo, I was learning. Okay, there's a range. It's an octave and a half, and it won't be possible. So we had to play two different things. So I gave one octave to one instrument, another octave to another instrument. So I was like, as you mentioned about interacting with Valerio and getting his response back. It was wonderful to hear. I mean, it's fantastic to work, as you mentioned. If you know people and you work as a team, magic happens, right?
Yes, yes, this is really true. Really. Oh, but considering what you brought, sorry if I say that during the interview, but can you send it to me, because I'm really interested to see it and to see. I think it could be really an inspiration.
In fact, we could inspiration, but also we could work
Yeah.
together.
Yes. Yes.
I've already
Looking forward.
sort of begged of Andrea that next time when we do, he must conduct what we do when I work
Great.
in Italia or wherever, we do, maybe in the US. The work I'm doing of Guru Nanak, I'll be presenting it soon, maybe next year, but it's time perhaps to prepare. And I want to write maybe more elaborate, use instruments from the times of Guru Nanak. That was my project actually for many,
Wow.
many years. So the times of, because he traveled, he's the second most traveled person in history. And my interest has been for all these years that what did he hear? Like, what was the kind of music he was hearing? He was going to Makkah, he was going to Iran, he was going to Jerusalem, he went everywhere, and he is said to have even, if you include his trip to the Vatican, which is kept quiet because, of course, the then Pope would not want to tell the world that, well, Guru Nanak came and asked him a question. So they kept it like this for centuries. But if you include that journey, he becomes perhaps the most traveled person in history. But when you travel, yes, the world where he went, they listened to him sing. And Bhai Mardana on the rabab, playing the rebek. But he also heard others. So I thought it would be fantastic to discover the instruments, the costumes which were worn. I mean, what was the visual delight that Guru Nanak had when he went to, let's say, Jerusalem, for example? What was the attire like? So my work of this whole ensemble that I'm building is to do that. And me and my friend's daughter Aurelia, she's a seamstress. She designs and stitches for films and theater in Rome. We went around in Rome looking for Italian costumes of the Renaissance period from 1510 and 20. It took about 3 weeks. We found them, etc. But then, of course, 7th of March, the concert got postponed or cancelled because of the lockdown. But so much work was done to sort of just to taste what was it like. The instruments of the time, the music which I was writing of that time, the costumes of that time, and the times of those times.
Oh yeah. What you're saying is really mind blowing. It's incredible. Wow. Really interesting.
So I'll take your offer and I'll send you the music.
Yeah.
And Luigi Polsini has
Thank
had
you.
a look, and few other maestros have had a look, and virtuosos. And I think the YaarAnād ensemble that I have formed, we can do something fantastic in the times to come. It will be great to have
Yeah.
you, sometimes even co-author some of the work that I am doing would be fantastic. So tell us
Oh,
about this. It was great to know that you worked with Valerio to look at the limitations of the instrument as I was learning when I was working and writing for these instruments. You also use clarinet and then, of course, the string orchestra. And I
yes.
understand you told me the other day that this recording was made in the Magaron Concert Hall, Thessaloniki. And tell us about the orchestra. What was it like working with them? And this is an old recording, like Narcissus, no? And what all did you do in that?
Uh, well, the orchestra, there was really a good mood to work on new music, and um, I think they also felt near to the theme I used to build this piece, because the subtitle, which is Narcissus, it's an old Greek legend,
Legend, yeah.
yeah. That's why we used this piece for that particular occasion. And the viola d'amore and the clarinet, they're like two actors, one impersonating Narcissus and the other one impersonating the image of Narcissus
I see.
when he's at the lake. So, um, well, that's how I worked. I tried to tell this story, not the entire story, just the moment when Narcissus sees himself in the water, and that's the moment we wanted to tell with this piece. And also the technique I used to write, not just concerning the instruments, but the way they it's like one is the image of the other, so they quite play the same thing, but not exactly the same thing. Sometimes they merge together. Sometimes they're quite far, so the viola is very high and the clarinet is very low, and the orchestra stays in the middle, uh, like like embracing both of them. Uh, and it's like the glue between between viola and clarinet somehow.
Oh, it's fantastic. Um, how do you? I mean, one thing that you mentioned that he's playing a 1775 Ferdinando Galliano's Viola d'Amore. It's an old, and it was lent by Elsa Peretti Foundation. How is it like the old instruments? Is it? I know it, but I
Well,
want your experience. I mean, what do you
uh,
see in the old instruments?
well, um, I think that considering that particular viola d'amore, it has got an incredible sound. It's so warm, and it's really fantastic. First time I listened to to Viola d'Amore, and I was so close because Valerio was playing me something, and it was really incredible. Um, Considering in general the viola d'amore as an ancient instrument, the greatest thing about viola d'amore is that it was born in the Baroque period. It was used for Baroque music, but during the history, viola d'amore lived every era without changing. And many composers, not just Baroque composers, but also classical, romantic composer, they composers from Romanticism, they wrote for viola d'amore, and viola d'amore uh, was always the same. Viola d'amore never changed his appearance, his structure. For example, if you look at the history of violin, it changed a lot during the history, but Viola d'Amore didn't. So I feel that Viola d'Amore has got a lot to say, also for contemporary music. This is my interest in this kind of instrument.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. So, okay. Again, I was muted. My apologies. Friends,
No problem.
I welcome you all to the 166th Mēlā of the YaarAnād Virtual Baiṭhak series. Um, this is a beautiful, cold morning, rather afternoon now. It's almost going to be evening. Heaters are all out in Delhi. But it's my pleasure really to be in conversation with composer Elvira Muratore. Um, as you all know, I started the series way back in April. I finished the season one. There are some appointments from season one still pending, and I will continue that. But this is the season two, which I began a few days back, and um, the season two is dedicated as part of it's an extension of the World Music Edited series conceived by me way back for my record label, YaarAnād Records. And my purpose has always been to celebrate excellence in the fields of music, arts, dance, theatre, and literature. The season two of the YaarAnād Virtual Baiṭhak series marks the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur, the ninth Guru of the Sikhs, and the unparalleled martyr in history, for he sacrificed his life to protect a faith he did not practice, the Hindu Dharma, giving his life to safeguard the Hindu Tilaka. And Janeu, the ninth heir of Guru Nanak, embodied a fearless commitment to the freedom to choose and practice one's own faith. He was a prolific Pakhavaj exponent, percussionist, that is par excellence, poet and singer whose musical contribution, several musical contributions, among them is the Rag Jajavanti, said to be Rag Jajavanti. So I really welcome you all to the fifth edition of the YaarAnād Virtual Baiṭhak series, Mēlā Season 2. I'm in conversation, as you've seen, some of those who've joined now. I'm in conversation with Elvira Muratore, who is an Italian composer. After completing degrees in cello and composition, she participated in a masterclass by composer Ivan Fedele, also attending courses by Klaus Huber, Younghi Pagh-Paan, Andrea Portera, Nadir Vassena, and Alessio Elia. Muratore has collaborated with orchestras and ensembles across Europe, including Ankara's Hacettepe University, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Symphony Orchestra, then the Polish Baltic, Frédéric Chopin Philharmonic, and the Ascanio String Quartet. In 2014, she was the only Italian composer to participate in Portugal's Orquestra Clàssica do Sol. Muratore's compositions and arrangements have been performed at Italy's Ravenna Festival, Budapest's Jewish Art Days festivals, and New York's Composers' Voice Concert Series. Tamás Vásáry, Andrea Vitello, and Roberto Prosseda are among the artists and conductors who have performed her work. Recently, Elvira wrote for Viola d'Amore exponent Valerio Losito. We've already had a conversation about him, publishing alias with Vinci Classics, and that was fantastic. And I'm glad that we could start today's conversation with that. Now I'll just introduce Elvira in Punjabi, my mother and my father tongue. दोस्तों मेरे जानी दुश्मनों दरिंदे परिंदे सत श्री अकाल वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा वाहिगुरू जी की फतेह नमस्कार अस्सलाम वालेकुम a very good buongiorno Italia o vi keh diye because there are many Punjabis out there ci sono tanti che abitano in Italia ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੀ ਆਇਆਂ 166ਵਾਂ ਮੇਲਾ ਹੈਗਾ YaarAnād Virtual Baiṭhak ਸੀਰੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪੰਜਵੀਂ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਦੂਜੇ ਸੀਜ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਰਪਿਤ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ 400 ਸਾਲਾ 400th ਐਨੀਵਰਸਰੀ ਮਨਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜੁੜ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਆਂ ਕਿ ਇਟਲੀ ਦੀ बहुत ही स्थापित हो चुकी है एल्वीरा मुराटोरे कंपोजर है इन्हां दे जिहड़े शौहर हनगे आंद्रेआ विटेलो वड्डे कंपोजर ने कंडक्टर ने जिन्हां दे नाल मैं पहला वार्ता कर चुका होया एल्विरा उन्होंने मेरे कई जड़े संगीतज्ञ साथी हनगे या मेरे ensemble ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਅਨਾਦ ensemble ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਇਟਲੀ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਸੀ, ਯੂਰਪ 'ਚ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਟਲੀ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਸੰਗੀਤਕਾਰ ਹਨਗੇ, ਪੋਲੈਂਡ ਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ, ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਤੇ ਹੋਰ, ਤੇ ਫਰਾਂਸ ਦੇ ਵੀ। ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਸੰਗੀਤਕਾਰ ਵਲੇਰੀਓ ਲੋਸੀਤੋ ਨੇ ਵਜਾਇਆ, ਉਹ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣੇ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੇਖੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਲਵੀਰਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਖਾਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ। ਇੰਟਰੋਡਕਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਂ ਦੇ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਮੋਟਾ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਪੋਜ਼ਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਇਵਾਨ ਫੈਦਲੇ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ, ਮਾਸਟਰ ਕਲਾਸ ਲਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਚੈਲੋ ਵਜਾਣਾ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਅਤੇ ਕੰਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਖਾਸ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਡਿਗਰੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਅਤੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਨਾਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਨਗੇ ਕਲਾਉਸ ਹੂਬਰ ਵਰਗੇ, ਯੂੰਗੀ ਪਾਗ-ਪਾਨ ਵਰਗੇ, ਆਂਦਰੀਆ ਪੋਰਟੇਰਾ, ਨਾਦਿਰ ਵਾਸੇਨਾ ਅਤੇ ਅਲੈਸਿਓ ਏਲੀਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤਾਲੀਮ ਲਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਕਈ ਸੰਸਥਾਵਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ orchestras ਨੇ, ensembles ਨੇ ਯੂਰਪ ਅਤੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਆਓ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਯਾਦ ਰੱਖੀਏ, ਆਪ ਯਾਦ ਤਾਂ ਰੱਖੀਏ, ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਏ ਆਪਾਂ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਜਾਰੀ ਰੱਖੀਏ। Elvira, sorry for that. I mean, I was just, well, why should I apologize? I mean, I was just introducing you.
Oh, no.
In Punjabi as well.
And it was really nice to listen to the sounds, even if I didn't understand.
Yeah, it's very similar. For example, you say, hey, tu come stai? Or tu come va? In Punjabi say, tu kime hai? See, it's like it's very similar. Tu is tu.
Wow. Really interesting.
Come stai? Stai is Thai. Sthai is the musical term, is the chorus. Sthai is to be, where you are. Sthal is the place. So sthai is how you are. In the sense that Latin and Sanskrit, Punjabi, Italian, they're very old languages. They're very similar.
Yeah. Great.
When the world was actually a village.
Yeah. Yes. So I could understand more maybe if I knew before.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Great.
But that was a little introduction. So let's. I'm tempted to show some of your. There is a. I have actually done something which people will, I think, want to see. I have put together your handwriting, your notation writing, right?
Yeah.
The images that you sent.
Interesting.
And I like people to see that. Let us see if I can get that on the screen. It takes a moment. Here we are. Yes,
okay.
We got it. And so tell us about it. I mean, what's the process of when you write? This is your actual handwriting. I mean, normally when you put it on staff notation on the user software, etc. But this is actually your hand in the beginning, right?
Yes. Mainly I work on software, but before writing the score, I needed to study many things. And for example, this page is from one of my studies for Viola d'Amore.
I see.
Here, let me see if I can. This is actually from the piece we were listening at the beginning, from Alias Narcissus. Yes, and here. In the second page of this image, I was looking for sound with the same pitch on different strings.
I see.
And this is really important for me before writing to study every possibility I have on the instrument. And this other page. It's the study for the very final of the piece, and yes, generally when I write when I use handwriting, is for study. And when I have the clear project, then I start writing on the computer. And normally I don't send this
Right. No, I know.
handwriting to musicians. When I was choosing the pages to send to you, I also found a very clear page, and I said, "Oh, this is not mine handwriting. What's happening?" And then I read clearly, and it was a page that Valerio asked me. He told me, "Oh, please, can you send something because I want to try this." Okay, but I said, okay, if I write on the computer, maybe it will take too long. And so, okay, let's write with my pencil. And so it's so clear. So, but it's not me. It
Right,
was just
right.
because I had to do it.
You don't have to tell us all the secrets, huh, by the way.
Oh no, but it's it's
I'm just
funny for
kidding.
me
Yeah.
to share this.
Yeah, yeah, I
Eh,
know. But then I'm not the normal fellow, so I'm very bad. I dig out lots of treasures. What are you
oh,
doing here?
well, here I was. Oh, I don't remember
I've
this
sent you
piece.
the PDF also. No, you can open the PDF in your on your
Oh,
computer.
oh yes, yes, but I have just yes, so I
I
don't get
sent you
so
a
so
WhatsApp. Yeah,
close
if you
to the
can. Yeah,
camera.
yeah, yeah.
I have it, yes.
We're on the
Um,
fourth page. But we can
oops.
also go back. I mean, if you want to start from the beginning or
Oh,
on the
fourth
third page, I
page.
see very small marks that you've done.
Sorry, which page?
On the third page,
Uh-huh.
I can see small marks, the dots. You're putting all these dots. These are
Yes,
you're noting the marks, the music actually.
yes, yes. Here I'm simply deciding the order of the notes. That's why I put these small dots. And this is a piece for the study for my for my very last piece for a guitar.
I see. I
And
see.
yeah, and so I'm deciding the order to use
I see.
of
Okay.
the notes. And in this piece, for sure, I will use both rhythmic notation, but also some free parts without any rhythmic,
I
and
see.
leaving the performer free to decide how long to play each note.
Right. And this fourth image, next image is again, I see a lot of
Yeah.
lines that you're drawing. Are you comparing or what are you
Yes.
doing here?
Yes. All the lines. This is a typical page of my studies because you see there are, as you said, a lot of lines, and here I'm studying some natural harmonics, comparing the position with in the bottom of the page.
I see.
Um, Comparing the position to play that note with the resulting sound. And also something very typical of my studies, in the middle of the page, you see there are a lot of question marks.
Yes.
When I study, when I write music, I ask myself a lot of questions.
Yeah, I was about to say you're asking you're asking
Yeah,
yourself questions. Okay.
it's it's true because
You're your you are your own fine enemy, is it?
oh yeah, yeah, you can say that. Because, for example, here I decided this dynamic forte piano, and then I asked myself, what comes next? Everything I put in my music is like something that gives the input to something else. Each each thing that happens has consequences, mainly as in life. You
Right.
do something something else happen. So generally, I ask myself, which is the consequence of this dynamic, of this rhythm? And so all these question marks,
Fantastic.
it means I'm asking something to myself.
And then in the end result, you have the solutions. Your final draft has answers, is it? Or do you also serve questions to all of us?
Well,
When you finish it, I mean, like when I'm listening to Alias Narcissus, am I listening to your question marks or your exclamation points?
Generally, you are listening to other question marks that I will answer in other pieces because I think it's part of composing. For me, composing it's like research in mathematics, for example, and I also love mathematics a lot. I have lots of books here.
I see.
Algebra, and so because I really feel near to mathematics in my way of composing my music. So I start asking one question, then maybe I solve it, but many other questions come. So that's also why I generally group my pieces in projects. Alias, it's a big project for me. Actually, there are 5 pieces, but there will be more in future. And because Viola d'Amore gives me the possibility to ask me many questions. So with the project, I try to go deeper and deeper. Also, other pieces we will listen today, they are also grouped in projects for me.
I see. And this one has your pencil also. What are you doing here?
Yes. Yeah. Well, these are others. Yes, there are always studies, and with this pencil, I use this kind of pencils because it's easy.
Yeah, I know it. You can erase them also. Yeah, change.
Yes. So I always have one kind of these pencils in my.
I usually call them as the pencil with the reverse gear.
Yeah.
Posso ritirare, posso recuperare, no?
Yeah. It's a good definition.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And then my question was again to with regards to about what you're doing here, in the sense that when do you write the ornaments? Let's say there's a slide. Initially, you write the musical dots, like the for example, if you're writing that, so you're writing first like that, or you already have So when do you bring these movements? Is it like being a mathematician? Is it a skeletal? You start with a skeleton, or you start with a skin?
Well, this kind of ornaments for me must be part of the structure of the piece. So generally, I think them together with the note. So, for example, the lines you saw there in that page, they are between 2 notes in the same string.
I see.
So, and the others are on different string. So, for me, in this piece, when 2 notes are in the same string, they must be with that line, with the glissando. And so, for me, it's part of the structure.
Okay.
in this case.
But
So,
you begin, I mean, as you're writing, when the melody is in your mind, when it is
yeah.
when the composition, I mean, what comes to you first? Allow me to maybe rephrase the question. So let's say, I mean, you as a composer, like if you, I mean, what I sang just now, I've never sung that before as such. So can you think of something, and how would you, can you show us the process of how you write? In the sense, a melody comes to you first, or does the poetry speak to you, or a project or a concept speaks to you? When is the birth of melody in your mind and in your ears?
Uh, the birth of melody comes after. First, I think the entire structure of the piece, uh, based on well, the inspiration can be from different things. In the case of Alias was a story. Uh, in other cases, maybe it's just the instrument or the same structure of the instrument that inspires me. For example, the tuning of the guitar is very particular. And at the beginning, that tuning was giving me some problems because there is a third in the middle. They are all fourth and just one third in the middle. Uh, so I thought it could be a problem for me because, I was a cellist, so I was used to a totally different tuning. But then I decided to use it as something important. So that third was inspiring me. In this sense, melodies come after. I decide the structure and what to use to build the piece, and then melodies arrive.
Why I ask melody is because melodies have the ornaments already.
Yeah.
For example, if a composition comes to me, that came to me I mean, maybe 15, 18 years back, um, it went like, ni sa re ga re sa, ni sa re ga ma ba ga re sa re ga re sa, ni sa re pa ga ma ba ni sa ni da ba ga ma ba ga re sa re ga re sa, ni sa re ga re sa, ni sa re ga ma ba ga re sa re ga re sa, ni sa re pa ga ma ba ni sa ni da ba ga re sa re ga re sa, ni sa re ga re sa. And the stanza goes pa ba ga ma pa ni pa ni sa ga re ma ga re sa ni da ba ga ma ba ga re sa re ga re sa ni sa re. Valerio and all, they all played this on Raitre.
Oh.
So this I
Uh-huh.
wrote. I wrote, and Cheslav put the staff notation. This is Rag Dhanasari. So the movement, for example, ha ni is not ni sa re ga re sa, ni sa re ga re sa,
Hmm.
ga re
Yeah.
sa, ni sa re ga re sa, ga re sa, ga re sa, ni sa re pa ga ma pa ni sa ni ra ba ga re so ma ga re sa, ga re sa re ga re sa. So for me, when the melody comes, it's already telling me which ornaments I'm going to be using. So it chooses, the
Yeah.
melody chooses commands that I want to be like this here, etc.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
the reason I asked
Mm,
you, how do you see now? I mean, you answered that you do the structure first, melody comes after. So within the melody, do you then, when you're working on the melody, when the melody is then coming, at the time when it comes to you, when you're bringing it in, the ornaments you bring then?
uh, no, no, ornaments comes together with the melody. Because, for example, the example you gave, of course, I didn't understand the words, but
Or they're just the
there was
names of the
that.
notes? They're just the names of
Oh,
the notes, yeah.
oh, okay, okay, okay. So there was that little glissando together with ge, something like ge. Okay,
Dol re
so
mi, dol re, dol
oh,
re
okay,
mi re, dol re mi re, dol. Yeah.
Yeah, so for me it's the same. There are some sounds that requires that kind of ornament, you can say, and this decision arrives naturally together with the structure of the piece. Uh, so if I decide that two sounds must be in the same string, the consequence is that they must have a glissando in between. So it is in this sense it comes together with a melody because I already decided that, and for me it's a way to give you know when you can know before what happens, everything is more clear also for when you listen to it.
Right,
Uh,
right.
Even if you are listening the piece for the first time, but something comes again and again in the same way, you can follow it as a listener. I mean, so that's the way I put this kind of glissando and ornaments, as you.
And the next one, what is the next image? Let's see.
Oh, this is a particular of the pages we saw before, um, and it's you see it's more clear in the bottom the
Right.
study for the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
natural harmonics.
That's true.
It should
It's a
be a
repeat, I
cello.
think. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
And with
We
all the
have.
question marks, and you see also another thing I use very clearly, very often. Sorry,
Oh, I can go back.
is
Yeah.
is in the middle. You see there is that indication for double bass.
Okay.
I wrote CB,
I see.
and I generally use this natural harmonic together with the GT.
I
With
see.
it's a strange technique, but very um, very important, and in double bass. And it's really interesting the effect that gives to the entire orchestra when
Right.
just one double bass uses this technique.
And what are you doing here?
Again, studies again studies for viola d'amore, looking for same notes in different strings. And viola d'amore, it is possible to tune the viola d'amore in many different ways.
I
So
see.
every time we change the tuning, we need to I need to study again all the possibilities. And we
Fantastic.
also tried very strange tunings, and very uncommon tunings, also with not just fourth and fifth or third, but also using augmented intervals between strings, and it's really well. You can obtain very strange effects with
Right.
viola d'amore.
I see. I see. Would love to. I think both. I mean, I look forward to the time when I can travel and me, you, Andrea, Valerio, we should all get together and then look at these instruments and the possibilities. I think it'll be fantastic.
Yes, yes. We could do very, very incredible experiments.
Yeah,
In
absolutely.
particular, for the with the resonance
Yeah.
strings, it's really interesting when you change the tuning of the principal strings, but also you change the tuning of the resonance strings.
Yeah.
You can hear very strange sounds coming from the instruments. It's really incredible.
I like the word strange that you used.
Yeah, yeah, because they are unexpected, totally
Yeah.
unexpected sometimes.
What? This is
So,
also a repeat. Have you seen this before? I think this is a
uh,
repeat
oh
as
yes,
well.
this one, yeah.
And then the last one is, um, where are you? The last one. Here it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me see bigger here. Um, So here I was studying.
I can see a
You
lot
see,
of connections, lot of melody connections. Yeah,
yes, yes, yes. Was studying how to go from a group of strings. Here, probably I was planning. This is for viola d'amore for sure because I see six strings
I see.
mentioned here in the central part of the page. You see fifth, sixth, and
Right.
then so here I was planning to move my music from the uh, last strings gradually to use all the six strings of the viola d'amore. And maybe, let me see this. Yes, um, yes, here I was just thinking how to move from a string to another, how to move my melody from a string to another, and analyzing the tuning we chose. In this case, is in a La
I see.
A.
Well, it was great to see your handwriting because, the work like this. Yes, I mean it is important when we do this work,
Uh-huh.
but
Yeah,
then you have to write with a pen also. I mean, some of the conductors and like
yeah,
Andrea also then writes on, takes notes about what to do, and sometimes even musicians when they work with the composers, they also make their own markings. So,
yeah,
but to
yes.
see actually a composer's hand note when they are working, I think it's a very inspiring, thing about as well as I don't know what. When I, even if I don't know what I can. This calligraphy. I mean, when I write a
Wow,
poetry. So
wow.
it's fun to write in hand. I don't know if there was any. Oh, there was I think a percussion. I wrote a percussion as well somewhere. Um, so I'm still. I mean, it's a different experience typing it in versus yeah. For example, this is I don't know if you can see. This is percussion.
Ah,
This is pure
wow.
percussion. So kirtikata takataka
Ah,
dhet takra dhet tadhe. So it was
wow.
kirtikata takataka dhet takra dhet tadhe takataka takataka dherkitik dengdada dherkitik dengdan dherkitik dengdan dherkitik dengdan kirtikata takataka dhet takra dhet tadhe takataka takataka dherkitik dengdada dherkitik dengdan dherkitik dengdan dherkitik dengdan kirtikata takataka dhet takra dhet tadhe takataka takataka dherkitik dengdada dherkitik dengdan dherkitik dengdan dherkitik dengdan.
Wow.
So this
Wow.
is written, right?
Yeah,
So this is
great.
all written. So each the way we write is each is a beat underneath is a single beat.
Uh-huh.
So this is a
Okay.
multiple of three. So they're all in
Uh-huh.
sixes, right? 6 or 12. So
Uh-huh.
so Mishra Jati as we call it. It's a very I mean mathematic. It's all
Wow.
mathematics,
Wow.
but it's
Yeah.
mathematics. So it's 1, 2, 3. So it's
Uh-huh.
a different kind of construct. So multiples of three within that. So
Uh-huh.
there's a 1 by 3, maybe in 4 times, multiple of two.
Wow.
So it can be
Wow.
very complex. So it's. I
Wow.
mean, I just quickly pick up and write, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So I really appreciate. So now you understand why I was like coaxing you. Please, can you share
Yeah.
some of the written stuff with us,
Yeah.
please? Now you understand.
But when I go from handwriting to typing, it's totally a different process, than creating because you have to give others the possibility to understand exactly what you want. And it's not always so easy because you have your sounds in your mind, in your
Yeah.
ears, in your heart, and but you have to make it clear for someone else, and it's not always easy. Sometimes I get nervous when I am in that moment of writing, going from what I clear in my mind, and then I have to type it. And sometimes I get nervous. Everything is terrible for me. Oh, oof. I would like to just to explain it, but it's a very important way thing when you have to work with other people, find a way to understand to
Right.
them to understand you.
Indeed, indeed. So, no, that was, thank you for that. I mean, I wanted to really have a part of our conversation, at least one segment, and we talk about the actual, what we call, it's like going into, not on the counter of the where they sell the sweets, but where they actually prepare the sweets, right? Pasta when you
Right.
eat it, pizza when you eat it is totally different. When you go in the kitchen where they're actually making the dough, it's a process, right? I remember, Albano, one of the top popular stars, is a friend of mine for many years, many years. So his mother now I mean, she was very old. I'm talking about 20 years ago, maybe 22 years ago. So we were there in Villaggio di Albano, and I was coming. She actually made pasta in her own hand. So, the actual pasta, not just preparing a
Yes.
pasta, but the actual farfalle and others, she actually made with the
Wow.
dough, etc. And I was like, oh, it was like totally floored. I told him, maybe I have to steal your mom. I want to take your mom. Can we exchange our moms? 6 months or 3 months each. So,
Great.
so the whole process of making, I mean, people, the purpose of my conversations, these are like muse conversation, like muse is that is what all it is. But music conversations is basically the idea is what is the process of creating something. It's great to see a sculpture, right? I mean, one of our friends, Ramanjit Kaur, who's an actor. I mean, when I discussed the work, she and her co-stars, who's a film actor, both her sister Taranjeet and Vansh, they're both in films now, and Ramanjit is a theater director, actor. One is to see a commodity, right, as a listener. But my purpose was to see how do you create that product, right? That process. And in
Yeah.
that, you have an educated listener. When you inform them, you have, as I wrote when I was just maybe 19, when I was about to leave my flying career, I wrote 3 terms. Vidya Sir, which is an abode of knowledge, an ocean of knowledge, which I thought is a creatore, is a creator, kartar. Then Vidyadhar is a bearer of knowledge. But then when you can say, all right, Bhai Baldeep is so God gifted, he's a Vidyadhar, he was, he landed from the skies, he was not born to his mother, but he landed from the skies. You can create a legend about me. And then you say, oh, we cannot do what he did because he landed from the skies. But then, once you are able to see music, when you're able to read a poem, when you're able to see an act, an emotion being rendered, a sculpture being made, a painting being drawn, a film being made, a photo being edited, a film being edited, um, you are able to derive inspiration. And so I wrote the third stage was Vidya Kadar, appreciation of the knowledge, to appreciate knowledge. And from the appreciation is born the next generation of bearers of knowledge. So the whole purpose of what I'm doing is what I wrote 32 years ago, the philosophy, the concept of what I was trying to recover. So I thought is in the time when you share these kind of personal notes, which the world doesn't see otherwise, we're actually sharing people that there is more than what you just see on stage. There is so much, arrangement, a perspective that you gain in the guidance, under the mentorship of some of the finest masters that you find when you're walking, when you're learning to walk on your toes, and then learning
Yes.
how to run and then to fly on the wings of imagination. um, I thought it was very, very important. So thank you for sharing those images with me. I mean, with us all. Um,
Oh,
this,
thank you
yes,
for giving me this opportunity because I totally agree with you. So it's it's really a pleasure for me.
I'm glad. The second piece that uh, I thought I requested that we show is the Spaces of Absence. And this is for a solo flute that you wrote.
Yes.
And tell us about it. I mean, who all are playing? Which year did you write? And what are the
Yes.
questions? What are the questions that you wrote while writing that?
Yes. Yes. Well, also this piece is part of a project. Spaces of Absence is a project in three pieces, and the one I sent you is the first one of this project. Subtitle is Inside. In this piece, I explored a part of Zen Buddhism philosophy because through my studies in mathematics, I get um, very interested in the idea of zero. In this case, I used the word absence, but
I see.
it's not. And in the part of the philosophy I was exploring, there were three stages of zero or absence. And in these three stages, philosophy underlines the importance of zero in life. In this case, this first piece, subtitled Inside, it somehow speaks about the zero inside us. Oh, it seems to be something, at least in Europe, when you say something like that, it's people get scared. Oh, we have nothing inside. Of course, it is not what I meant. But in this philosophy, the importance of absence, of void, of nothing, is because it gives the possibility to something else to move. For example, uh, when, for example, the wind. Just think on the wind. The wind goes where there is some space to to go, or for example, the blood we have in our veins, the movement. It's possible because there is some space to cover. So, of course, I gave some very simple examples. The Zen Buddhism is way, way bigger than what I said. But in this case, in this very first piece, I explore this kind of emptiness, of nothing. Then there are other two stages, inside, outside, and the last one is almost forget. Uh, that is a sort of summoning the two, the inside plus outside. It means everything somehow. So maybe maybe my explanation wasn't so
No,
clear
no, no.
because
Uh,
oh
it's wonderful to hear that thought process that you've gone through. Talking of the when you speak of the void or the shunya or the zero or from a Gursikh perspective, from the Nanaki perspective, um, the way we understand, we try to look at it as well. The multiple stages uh, of of existence. Um, in his very cosmological poem or verses that he wrote, sacred verse that he wrote, Guru Nanak mentions about how it was all in the beginning was all as if like fog. I mean, you can't know. It's
Uh-huh.
beyond knowing. He uses the term dhundukara, but people think it was fog. It was not fog. It's when it's foggy, what do you see? I mean, you don't see anything. So what he's saying is, it's not possible to see beyond that. I mean, beyond that,
Uh-huh.
it's foggy. You cannot claim no hypothesis, no scripture, any scripture that says God did this, God did that is crap. He's simply saying that because in the beginning nobody was there and you just cannot know because nobody was present when the creatore did that or whatever was the intent. And moreover, say to whom? You can ask questions to oneself, but you cannot, the creative energy doesn't need to ask a question or doesn't need to tell itself because there's not
Yeah.
the other. So this is not, there's no need for him, for the creative energy to say happen or be. That's not needed. There's an intent
Yeah.
and it happens. So that space,
Yeah.
Guru Nanak actually rubbishes away or rejects basically the cosmological attempts at the creation of how the existence, but there's some of the verses where there's a composition, the one which I'm referring goes in Rag Maru, Arbada Narbada Dhundu, Kara, Dharanana Gagana, Hukam Apara, Anād, Narayana, Chandana, Suraj, Sunna Samadhi Lagaye, Da, Kani Bani, Paunana Pani, Opata Kavatana, Avana Jani, the stage where there's no form of life, no utterance, no speech. So there is no word even. So even the concept of the Shabd Brahm, that the word, the beginning was the word, sorry, at that time there was not even the word. So there was only the creative energy, the creator itself in a silent space, in that space where there
Oh,
is nothing without, nothing within. It is
yeah.
beyond knowing. So that is the first space as marked, at least dug out by Guru Nanak in terms of digging out and removing the debris of thought from the world of thought. But then there's one thing, the way I look at it from a mathematical perspective is simple. One is the shunya without, that is the intent or the possibility of that which could be created is within initially for infinite time or incalculable time was within. But even the karta, the creator, is not aware. It's not even interested. It's just a thought, but its seed is there, but the seed is not there, telling that I'm there. It's all total silence. But then the proactive state comes where that silent energy, that dormant space becomes a potent space, a creative space. So when the intent or the idea comes, that which can happen is within, and there is the void or shunya without. Now when I am there, the shunya is within, and the tangible or the creation of the karta, the kita, the done, is without, the shunya is within. Initially it is all within, the creation is
Uh-huh.
within, and the shunya is everywhere. There's nothing else. This is a very fantastic reversal of that which happens, and therefore our pilgrim is all within. If you want to attain the shunya, is not without. The
Uh-huh.
void is within. That space where it is all from. Jo Brahmande soi pinde. Jo khoje so bhai. The Guru says that all that there is, there is out there in the creation, in the entire creation. The one, the one Jo Brahmande, that one who's the creator and the resident within the creation is Soipinde. That very one is within. But only those who research are the ones who find, who discover, who
Wow.
get emancipated. So for me, it's beautiful to hear that you are looking at the Zen idea, or the Zen is derived from the term Gyan. Gyan is knowledge, awakening.
Uh-huh.
And it's fantastic to see that you are dealing with that idea of absence, which you're talking of absence, but it's not actually, thank you for telling us that it's not really absence, but using the term absence, and then dentro or inside. I mean, I think that's fantastic.
Good, good.
Yeah.
It's good to listen that we should speak together more about this
Yes.
topic. I think
Yes.
because
Absolutely.
I can understand many things
Maybe we
from you.
can do. Maybe we can do the two songs. We can maybe co-write a song of that, the two
Wow.
states where where
Yes.
it is. I mean, I'm
Yes.
interested in
Great.
okay, I want to create, I have thought of a song which is not too difficult. It's just a matter of mental preparation. When I will
Uh-huh.
do the next dedicated to Guru Nanak with the project which got postponed because of the COVID, hopefully I'll do
Hmm.
it next year. The very first song I want to do has the musician uh, in this moment, in this moment, when they are about to strike,
Ah,
in
yeah,
this
yeah,
moment,
yeah.
and they have to hold for at least 3 minutes or 4 minutes.
Wow.
And the hands are like in that, and you freeze at that time.
Yes.
And it's silence. I want people to hear that moment. I want to freeze that moment when it is about to strike, about to happen. In that is perhaps the time when I was born.
Ah, wow.
So
Wow.
for
It's
me,
it's really.
to hear that you're about to share, I mean, I didn't tell you before because I was quietly looking at the idea of the spaces of absence, and that's why I wanted you to talk about that. But those are possibilities which need to be explored because we are,
Yes.
it's like I think COVID-19 has done something. Everybody with a smartphone, as I've been crying for many months, everybody with a smartphone suddenly became a radio station or a television station. Everybody wanted to do something. But likewise, it's music. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not always important to write, it is sometimes important to listen. And then
Yes.
sometimes it's important to not to listen and not to write, to be just be, to be,
Yes.
yeah, to be just be. So, shall we listen to the spaces of absence, or you want to tell anything before we listen?
Well, let's listen it,
Okay,
and then
here
we
we go.
continue.
Yes. I have to open the VLC. Wow, that was amazing,
Did you
amazing.
like it?
Oh,
Oh,
fantastic. And
great.
I think it was important to I think it was great to discuss this beforehand because the very fact that just you're just using the flute, and for me it somehow symbolizes the breath of life. It's the
Yes,
wind, and to use that.
yes.
Uh, there's a composition from Guru Amar Das, the third Nanak, the third successor of Guru Nanak. Um, he uh, he speaks about that now Vaja Paun Vajaya. He says this the instrument. It's a wind instrument. The instrument that was played, made to play with the wind.
Uh-huh.
जो नौ द्वारे प्रकट की
Oh,
10वां गुप्त रखाया. He created 9 doors, but then kept the 10th hidden. So for me, the fact that you chose the flute, and which is entirely the breath. Without the
yes.
breath, the flute cannot be. Life cannot be without the breath. I thought that was very moving, very touching, in fact. We've never spoken about it, right? It's not that we have
Yeah,
had a conversation and that you responded to a conversation. This is your own harvest, and now you're seeing by today, fresh, that there is a harvest that I'm able to share with you. There's a thought process which is shared humanity, shared heritage of thought, of contemplation, of awakening. And the fact that you also chose to go with an instrument which is a wind instrument, it symbolizes everything that there is. I mean, where there is no wind, all the planets
yes.
that we see out there, the moon, the Mars, Mercury, Saturn, those which are closest to the sun, those that are like Pluto, like poor Pluto, he's no longer, he's the credit visiting card of being a planet has been taken away from it. But
Yeah,
the fact that it is far away from the sun cannot sustain life. So the fact that breath is so important, and flute is an instrument we sometimes we sort of ignore. But then the from the Gurbani Sangeet perspective, the music that I represent and that I am a student of, uh, the greatest of all the wind instruments is the human body.
yes.
And we do not value it. We just go on BSing, bullshitting anything. We go on speaking what we want. We don't know the value of what is humor, what the purpose. I mean, if the speech is, I mean, Guru Amar Das, if I may quote him from the same word, long words that he write, "E rasana tu anras rach rahi teri pyas na jaye." Talking about the ability to speak, that you're willing to speak about everything else. And he also refers to the taste buds. We are just slurping, looking for other things. Then we forget the main purpose of that I'm born and I'm going to die, and that is one breath. And that one breath, that one moment is split in many breaths, right? It's that one
Yes,
beat which has been
yes,
split in many beats, and we don't know how many.
yes.
As Guru Nanak says, "Hum aadmi hai ekdami mohalat mohta na jana." We Adam. Adam is Adam. Adam is A is Vieni, Dam is breath. Adam. Adami is the one who with the breath. So I am a Adami, the one with the breath. That's the generic
Yes,
name of us. And that
yes,
breath is what we do not value. We just spend it
yes.
just like that for nothing. It's like spending money on junk, isn't it? And for me,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm blabbering. But for me, the
No,
fact that you chose came as a surprise because this is a fresh, my first, like you listened to
yes.
Leonardo's music the other day, the fresh. This is my first listening of your work spaces. Compliments, really. I really
Oh,
enjoyed it.
thank you.
Yes, you
Thank
can
you
tell
very
me
much.
what you want.
Oh, well, um, the choose of choosing the flute, it came quite naturally. the ensemble told me all the instruments they had, and I said, okay, first will be for flute, because I was thinking on this idea of exchange what is inside us and what is outside, and through breathing we realize this, because we take air from the outside, we do something, and then we give new air on the outside. So it's a way to exchange energy with the world somehow.
Yeah.
And you're right. We do this without thinking about. It's automatic somehow. We don't think about it. It's so natural, but it's so important.
We take it for granted. Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. It's true. And flute is the best instrument to express this.
Yeah.
Or also for sure voice.
Yes, I was actually, I already said that. No, I was like, that was
Yeah.
my critique. My criticism that you did not request me to sing. Instead, you just got a flute because the greatest instrument is the voice.
Yeah.
So you have to write for my voice, and
I will.
then. But my suggestion is also that maybe it'll be great to have a few wind instruments in
Oh,
that series.
yeah.
Would be fantastic. I'll be
Yes.
glad to lend you my voice with the intonations, microtones. Maybe we could write it together,
Yes.
and
Yes.
then to have different kinds of flutes, maybe a clarinet, maybe a oboe. It'll be great to
Hmm.
have multiple, and maybe there would be one of your albums.
Yes. Yes.
Wouldn't that be
But
fun?
I'm sure it will be. And also, I like sometimes to, if there is a particular melody or a traditional melody or something very meaningful, I sometimes like to take also them and to use instrument to
Yes.
accompany,
Yeah.
to make an accompaniment to this meaningful melody, uh, giving my personality in around the meaningful melody.
Right.
It could be another possibility.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, when I mentioned about when I'll send you mine, co-writing, that's exactly what we could do.
Yes,
And
yes.
yeah. And how did it? I mean, let us go a little bit to your journey, if I may. Uh, you played the cello first, is it? Uh,
Yes.
and
Well,
did you not like it? I mean, you left it, and how? But I mean, again, jokes apart,
yes, yes, yes.
I must also. I mean, so that some of the, you know, as my one of my own former students, I said something, introduced something, then figure of speech. I said, "Oh, my apologies. I took maybe a minute to tell about that history." One of my former students misunderstood. He wrote to me. He says, "Oh, you see, you told about that history, and then you had to apologize."
No.
so, so, so that those who wouldn't understand the sometimes the joke or figure of speech, and the idea that when I was just teasing her, but the idea that if you have studied an instrument and then you are a composer, you are a better composer. If you've never played any instrument, if you don't have a background in music, in terms of actually having spent serious time learning an instrument, you wouldn't be able to um, sort of understand the process that other instruments require to practice and to perfect. You'll be able to you gain the eye. So my little naughty remark apart, tell us about how it. I mean, the idea that. I was talking to poet Sudeep Sen. I mean, I asked him, when did you write? I mean, he wrote his first poem when he was 10. Likewise, Luca Lombardi, I mean, he wrote his first song when he was about 10, 11. So how is it, I mean, as a composer, you are a composer now, you were a cellist, yes, we'll come to that. But were you drawn to composing when you were a child, or how did it begin?
Yes. Yes, when I was a child, around 10, 11, I was interested in how to write music. I didn't realize at that time that I was composing. For me, I was writing something because I was really interested in the process of writing sound, like learning a language, you know. So for me, it was just practicing how to write music. Um, with the time, I understood that I was composing. At the beginning, I was doing imitations of what I was studying as a cellist, as a young cellist. And I did imitations on my instrument and also on piano, because I studied also piano in the same time. Um, so with the time, I realized that I could do something new, and then I started also studying composition. Um, and you're right. For me, it's really important to be to had a period in which I studied really serious the instrument. I wanted to be a cellist at the beginning, but after I understood that it wasn't for me, because it wasn't for me to stay on the stage. It wasn't for me to the pressure that meant for me to stay on the stage. It wasn't for me. So as soon as I understood that, I decided to be just a composer. But that experience, it's really important. Also, for example, to have the ability to understand how viola d'amore works. It's a string instrument, okay? Uh, for many things, it's similar to cello, to violin, but I can understand also the differences. And also it's very important to this experience is important for me to understand what a performer wanna see on the score, because there are many things that a composer can write, but maybe they're not understandable or not immediately understandable for the performer. Maybe they're a good they are nice to see, okay, but not easy to follow. So having both experiences, it's really important, and I think every composer should have a serious experience as a performer before writing.
Right. And how did it, I mean, when you were little, when did you start? When did the music begin? When you were a child? Tell us
Um,
about, take us
around
to your
around
childhood.
uh, around 9 years old, I saw uh, um, a kid playing piano, and I said to my mom, I want to study piano.
I
Just
see.
like you see, love at first sight. And I thought it was piano, my instrument, but after a few months, a teacher told me, "Don't you want to try violin or cello?" And when I tried cello, it was another love at first sight. After that, I said, "Okay, cello is my instrument."
I see.
I didn't want to leave it.
I see. And where did you begin then? Where did you study?
I started around when I was 9 years old.
I see. And no, but in the sense that you began first with the piano
Yes.
and then immediately with the cello, but then you left
Yeah.
the piano or you continued because you use the piano right now as well. So,
Yes, yes. I continued, but just because it was useful for me. Because in Italian system, music education system, even if you study cello or violin and so on, you have to study a little bit of piano. So I started with piano. I went to the cello, but never left the piano.
I see.
Also with composition in the academic studies, you always have to play piano for a composition degree.
I see.
So
I see. That's
i-
interesting.
even if you don't become a pianist, of
Uh-huh.
course, yes, you study technique, but not so deeply as a, as a pianist. But at the end of the academic period, you are able maybe to accompany to make accompaniment for a singer or to read at first sight very well. So at the end, you know piano quite well.
Right, right, right. And um, you've how many works have you written? Have you like symphonies also you're attempting, or you're writing individual compositions right now? How is it?
Well, I I had the desire to write a big symphony or a big concert for a solo instrument and orchestra, but I have a little problem. I don't know if it is a problem. It's a peculiarity of mine that I need always to have a specific context. Sorry, to write. So I need to know when a piece will be played, who will be played first, and so on. So um, I'm waiting for an orchestra to ask me for a symphony. Maybe it's not the best period
I see.
because I really, really need to know where it will be played and when. The, even if it is just an hypothesis,
I
but
see.
I need to have a context to write. So I would like, but it's not the period, the right period to have this kind of commission. Very,
Right.
I would like to write a very long piece, and also, as I was saying at the beginning, I ask myself things when I write, and so in this now, I think I need to go deeply in a exploring voice. Really, really would like to write a bigger, maybe an opera scene or something like that for voice and orchestra or voice and ensemble. That's something I really would like to do now.
Right. And the next one you're sharing with us is um, what do we play next?
Well, we could play another alias, maybe the other
Yeah.
one, or we can, since we spoke about meaningful melodies with accompaniment, we could listen to Mi'aish, which is a Jewish melody.
Uh huh.
And I was asked to write a version for a solo instrument and strings. And this piece exists in for violin, for viola, and for cello, and
I
string
see.
orchestra.
Uh huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
the one I sent you is
But
for
do I
viola.
have? I played the first one was alias audio, no?
Yeah,
And the second one is what was the name of the file? Is it the Elvira
s-
Muratore? Ah, okay, I see. Let's play the alias. I think it's a fantastic
okay,
one. Let's do that. Yeah, let's see
okay.
that. Yeah. That was fantastic. Tell us about this.
Oh,
What are you doing in this?
yes. This is the last piece of the CD we recorded with Valerio Losito. And but actually, it's my very first piece for viola d'amore. The very first piece I wrote. Um, I wrote it in 2016, I think. And well, here I explore all the possibilities of the viola d'amore, and it is based on a poetry by Catullo, the fifth Carme of Catullo. And actually, there is also a version for viola d'amore and voice, female voice. So the viola d'amore here is uh, you have to imagine that there is a voice declaring the poetry. So all the sounds are directly connected to the words said by the uh, written in the Carme. And in fact, also in the CD, it is possible to read the Carmen while listening to the music in the booklet.
I see. That's fantastic. So you would have been thinking, what am I writing? So before we were doing,
Oh,
I just finished a poem.
oh,
So
wow!
I had started before we began to talk. So
Uh-huh.
it's about my sweater. The ones, I mean, my friends and fans and listeners and colleagues, they know that I read a poem the other day, which was of my gray sweater.
Uh-huh.
It had a torn elbow. So I wrote a poem about it because I was feeling a little cold. And so then I opened the Almirah today and then I found this sweater. So when I wore it, a new poem came because this is a sweater which has no broken elbow, no torn elbow. So it's in
Oh,
Punjabi, and for those who they would understand the humor, you can listen to my Punjabi
yes,
song.
yes, please.
Sweater. ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਭੂਰੇ ਰੰਗ ਦਾ sweater ਪਾਇਆ ਹੈ. It simply means I'm wearing a brown sweater today. Aj, oggi. Aj, sì, guarda, oggi,
Oh, it's
oggi,
similar.
aj,
Yeah.
yeah. Aj me is mio, io, pure rangda is brown, rangda colore, the sweater paya. So anyway, first I'll just read in Punjabi. Aj me pure rangda sweater paya hai. ਇਸ ਦੀ ਕੂਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਟੀ ਹੋਈ ਸਿਰਫ ਲੇਬਲ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸਿਓਂ ਮੁਕਤ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਬੰਧਨ ਤੋੜੀ ਬੈਠਾ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਕਦੇ ਕਦੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਧੌਣ ਦੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਚੁਭਦਾ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਚੁਭਣਾ ਬੁਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਵੈਟਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੇਬਲ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਨਿੱਘਾ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਾ ਹੈ ਸਾਬਤ ਸਵੈਟਰ ਨੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਵਟਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਕੂਣੀ ਪਾਟੇ ਸਵੈਟਰ ਨਿਮਿਤ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਜਿਉਂ ਲਿਖ ਬੈਠਾ ਸਾਂ ਇਸ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਬਾਅਦ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਭਰੋਸਾ ਹੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਭੂਰੇ ਰੰਗ ਦਾ ਸਵੈਟਰ ਅੱਬਾ ਕਰ ਲਏਗਾ so this is a stupid poem. It's a fun one.
Oh,
It says today I am wearing a brown colored sweater. The elbow of this sweater is not torn. Only the label is detached from one side as if it's half free. It's broken its shackle from one side, which from time to time pinches my neck from the back. I do not mind the pinch from the back. I think or I feel that a sweater and the label have a close relationship. They are intimately connected. it, this untorn sweater was upset with me, was sore with me, for I had written a poem on an elbow torn sweater. I have faith that after this poem, the brown sweater will be friends again, will befriend me again.
Nice, nice. And you know what I like really? I like that it speaks about very little things. The thing you mentioned about. Oh, nice, really nice.
So listening to the the second alias, I finished the poem. I'd started the first four
Oh,
lines, then the next lines came, and then I thought I picked up the
great.
pen and finished it.
The- I think this is really good because you know it's music without a melody, and it's like you
Yeah,
you thought about the what was missing in the piece somehow.
and
Nice.
in fact, when I wrote, I did write YaarAnād 166, so it'll it's written on my on my. Okay, the next one that I want to play is the Widmung by R. Schumann,
Yeah.
and you did the orchestration of that, and it was done by MAV Symphony Orchestra Budapest, and
Mhm.
Andrea is composing as is conducting that. Oh, I see. And oh, I remember now that you mentioned that Andrea actually requested you to write this
Yes.
orchestration.
Yes. Yes.
Tell
Yes.
us about this. How did it come to be? Yeah.
Well, because he asked me to write something that he could use as an anchor,
Uh-huh.
but not something original, something that people could recognize the melody. They asked me to use this lead of Schumann, and it's one of his favorite
I see.
leads. And so simply I did it because he had this tournée with a MAV Symphony Orchestra, and during the Italian tournée, he used this piece as an anchor
I see.
after the concert, after the program.
Fantastic. So let's have a look at it. Yeah? And it's an audio or it's a video as well. Are they all there?
I There is a video, but are just photos.
Photos. Yeah, it's
So
not the actual orchestra, but it's just a still. But
yeah.
it's a okay. Here we go. Wow, that was amazing. The very soothing. So tell me about the process of when you take a Schumann's work and then you write the orchestration. Is it that, for example, if I were to give you two or three or four or five lines,
Mhm.
um, and then you write the rest of the orchestration, is that the process you're talking about when you say that you've written the orchestration? That something exists and then you've written the rest of it, or
Well, in this case, the main process was to take the part of the piano and imagine the instrument who could play that part, and imagine how to change it so that it could be easy for the instruments and natural for the new instruments, but without changing it too much because, of course, I need to respect the Schumann music.
right?
So I cannot do something totally different. Um, in this case, I always try to find something that gives me coherence. For example, I think what is peculiar of the piano, for example, let's say the use of pedals, with just that kind of pedals, they are peculiar of piano. So if I bring these lines from piano to orchestra, how can I obtain something that can remind the pedals, for example, in the orchestra? So this is the kind of question I pose myself. As, as everybody understood, I ask myself a lot of questions when I have to write, and that's what gives me the coherence, of course, in
I
writing.
see.
So answering this kind of questions.
It's almost
And
like
also,
an
uh-huh.
yes. Go ahead. Finish your sentence.
Oh,
Yeah.
and also in this case, there was the problem, I can say, of the voice, and in the orchestra I had to choose which instrument could do a solo part. Uh, and in this case, I decided that some phrases, some sentences, musical sentences, could go to oboe or to other instruments. That's the kind of translation I do.
I see. I see. Can I request you to maybe try to remove the microphone? The computer mic works. Does the computer microphone work?
Yes,
Yeah. Can you just
yes,
try to remove it? I just want to test it. Did you remove it from the computer?
yes.
Just a sec. Let me. Um, yeah. Did you remove it altogether from the computer?
Yes.
Yeah. This is. Let's try this mode. Maybe this might be better. It was
It's
making
better.
different
Okay.
sounds. Yeah. It was. Yeah, this is better. I think. Yeah. Let's see. Um, and so you're basically. Is it like an adaptation of um, an already written composition for a particular instrument, and then you are take
Yes.
inspiration in using other instruments? Is it right?
Yes. Yes.
Is that
In this case, it's like that. Yes.
okay? And the next one that I want to play is, oh, there is a sound feedback coming. Is it is the Facebook also on somewhere?
No.
The
I
recording is
no.
not working. No, it's not working. I see. I can hear a feedback.
No. And nothing
Maybe
else.
maybe just put the microphone back on. Yeah. Let's
Okay.
try. Yeah, do that. Sorry for that. Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
And there was a
Oh.
feedback coming in. It's little.
Oh.
I don't want to take a risk. The next one that I want to play is you've titled it Mi Haish. And
Yes.
it's from a Sephardic melody, and it's a version for viola and string orchestra by by you, of course, and this is done with the Chamber Orchestra of Maggio Musicale Fiorentina, and you
Mhm.
have the solo viola by Leonardo Bartali. Tell us about this. I mean,
Yes,
what was
this
that
is
Sephardic melody, and then what all have you done in
yes,
this?
yes. This is a totally different process. Even if I work on an existing melody, this is just a melody. So all the orchestra part, I totally wrote them from scratch. And in this case, when I work with this kind of unaccompanied melody, so I have to write the accompaniment. In this case, I always try to put myself in the accompaniment. So the kind of sounds that you can listen in the accompaniment are, uh, I could say, some modern sounds somehow. So I use a lot of natural harmonics and particular techniques on the string orchestra. So it's a way to merge my personal aesthetic with something different. And in these cases, generally, I do leave the melody as it is in the original part. So I think it is easy to listen, to understand when you listen to it, because the orchestra and the soloists are in a totally different level.
Do you cook?
Yes, I do.
Are you a good cook?
uh, Andrea says I'm good. he's,
Come
he's always
on.
happy with.
I mean, come on. You have to bring Andrea in this. Come on.
well, well,
What does your
it
mom
depends.
say?
Uh, Probably she would say that my way of cooking is too much healthy because I never fry things. So it depends on the kind of cooking people likes.
I see. So you don't fry. Point I'm making is, do you like making a dish? Let's say, have you ever served only mozzarella, like without anything, just maybe little oil, da da da?
Without totally without anything.
Yeah, just mozzarella. Have you
No,
ever? Only tomato, like on the plate?
no, no.
Nothing.
Generally, I use a bit of
Something.
oil garnish. So,
Something. Okay.
well, when I cook, uh, I like to respect the original flavor of each ingredient I use. So I don't like to use too much condiments, too much garnish that can somehow cover the original flavor of each ingredient I
I
use.
see. I see. So, do you like making a dish which is which has multiple ingredients in it, like a pasta with ricotta, with spinach, with tomato, da da da, olives and caper. Do you like those with a lot of things inside in a
Not
dish?
too much things.
I see.
Not too much things.
What is
Uh,
the maximum that you like to put?
uh, Maximum maybe, uh, I think maybe five.
Five
When I
things.
see too much ingredients or too much important ingredients, I mean, many people like to pair truffles with porcini mushrooms. For me, truffles and porcini mushrooms are together. They're too much because truffles is very delicate and has got a particular taste, and also porcini mushrooms, they're much important for themselves. So for me there must be one important ingredient and then something else, you know.
No, it's good to know because from our perspective, from the Indic perspective, Punjabi or Sikh perspective, we say raga, that is a melody, or singing, performing, playing, whatever. kitchen and then the turban or the attire, sometimes they are just perfect, not every day. The
Uh-huh.
reason I asked you is that when you're composing and cooking, I wanted to see if there's some similarity. So if you don't like to just deal with a mozzarella, but then of course I can ask you if you take an apple or a peach without anything, or a watermelon without adding anything, uh, or I mean it's like you put five things. That means you would be happy with a quintet, with a
Uh-huh.
5 piece orchestra, and here you are writing for about 100 or 70 or 50, 40, etc. My question was always to do with composing.
Yeah.
So
I
I
suppose.
want so solos. I mean, as a soloist, I have no hope because you're not interested
Oh,
in it. But you did the flute, by the way. I mean, jokes apart, in the sense that. So therefore, my question now: when you are, in cooking, as you mentioned, and you have a reason why you want not more than five, and then you don't want mushrooms with this and that. Why not? Why only one? Maybe a little bit, some condiment here, some olive oil here. Mozzarella with olive oil with the pepper would make three ingredients. If you put a little basil, that's a fourth ingredient. If you add a pomodoro, that's ingredient five. That's already five ingredients, just that mozzarella with five. But my question again to you is to tell us, educate us, or inform. We would like to learn about how you undergo the process of when you pick up, let's say, Viola d'Amore. When Valerio is playing, when you're writing for him, and then you have the rest of the orchestra, and then you have, for example, in Mihai, which we'll listen now, Leonardo Bartali is a solo viola, again, as you mentioned, one ingredient. And tell us about how you conceive the idea of the many. How do you handpick? Let's say you've chosen Viola d'Amore, then you are, and in the notations that you showed, you're handwritten, you're already making all those calculations, you've got all those question marks. You would obviously be sifting through what instrument you want to add and what not to add. Tell us about, share with us some
Yes.
of from your memory, in fact, your process. How do you go about um, creating something or
Yes.
writing a
Um,
recipe?
yes. Well, for me, it's very important the equilibrium in general. So I like to use the entire when, for example, I receive a commission and they tell me, okay, you can use at least 10 instruments. I choose my instruments, and when I choose them, generally I use them all together. Um, but what I try to achieve in my writing is the equilibrium and being sure that um, each instruments or each sound I want, being sure that they do come out in the right moment, um, when I exactly want that sound to come out. So first of all, I try to build a compound sound with all the instrument I have, and in some moments, some of them they come out and changing the initial equilibrium. So you will listen to some sounds coming out like little little stars in the night,
Right.
and and in that moment the equilibrium is it's changed. So I like to play with this kind of with internal equilibrium in the ensemble. Um, if well, sometimes I try to have a limit on the number of instruments because having too much possibilities can give me less coherence. So try to choose instruments depending on the sound I want. And then I try to be limited with that, because having too much possibilities is, well, I feel it's too much, you know.
I see.
So I need to put some borders in order to have my coherence.
Let's go to Mi Hash. I think there's a video issue. There's an audio, and
Yeah.
your video is out of sync. We'll reconnect while we play Mi Hash, and then we'll continue the conversation. There's a
Ah, okay.
technical issue. The video was not. Yeah.
Oh, oh.
Da 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 da. Fantastic.
Oh,
Sa ga re sa re ni pa ni sa. That was a fantastic, absolutely, very, very, very fine. By the way, but what about social distancing? You went around and gave a hug and a kiss and a thank you,
oh,
and everybody, is sitting next to each other, no masks.
but it was last year, 1 year
Uh,
ago.
I'm
So,
joking. I miss those times when we could when we could all be
yeah,
together.
yeah. Oh my God. Yes, I miss a lot
I
traveling,
I get some.
and a lot.
I'm not going to share this with you. This is a nice. Mauritius made a wonderful cake, huh? By the way. Oh yeah. I'm
Wow.
not going to share with you.
Uh, it's
So,
impossible,
so I was like, when I saw everybody sitting together, people sitting, I said, "Oh, where are those times?" And I've been glued to my chair for like what 9 months now, 8 months, and it was wonderful. And this choice of the viola, very
Yeah,
velvet sound, very
yeah,
the melody is so distinct versus the
yes.
so why not the violin or the viola d'amore in this? Was it required that you choose with the Leonardo Bartali? Was it your choice, or it was part of the ensemble at the time when you were given when you got the commission?
Yeah. Well, actually, this piece has got quite a long story because first version was written for a violin and the string orchestra, and it was required for concert in 2016 during it was the name was something like a week for Jewish culture in Florence, and the soloist involved was a young Jewish violinist. So he asked me to do the adaptation.
I see.
So that was the first time. Then in Budapest, I think 2 years later, if I don't mind, if I remind well, and it was for a festival for Jewish culture in Budapest, and the soloist was a cellist, so I made a new version for cello, and this one we listen now. It was they asked me to use viola, so it was the last. Well, maybe I could write also a version with a solo
Yeah,
double bass. Who knows
yeah,
what what can happen?
yeah, yeah. We can
But
use the
music.
Taust, we can use the peacock shaped
Oh,
instrument. I don't know if I can find the. Oh yeah, maybe I can. You've not seen that. I have what all I
no.
do. You think I'm just an old man sitting behind a desk with a long beard and a mustache and wearing all this big turban on my head. You think I do nothing, huh?
No.
So,
Oh.
just kidding. The I'm just trying to open the image of this instrument,
Uh-huh.
which is very,
Okay.
very, very majestic in that sense. Where are you? Thous. Oh, I can actually let me. No, but then it'll be yeah here. Let me start from this image onwards. Yeah, view, play, slideshow in window, and then I come back to my to this um, software, and then I go here, and then I
Oh,
show the current application, keynote. You see this? Huh?
Yes, but there are our images
Yeah, yeah.
exactly on the body.
I'm
Let's
going to
see.
take us away.
Oh,
Oh no,
oh,
but I shouldn't take us
okay.
away. I'm sorry. I will remove us from there. I made a mistake. I should do like this. Yeah.
Oh,
This is nearly 250 years old,
uh-huh.
belonging to one of the great masters.
Wow.
It's broken. It's in my sort of my safekeeping, thanks to my granduncle, who passed it to me. This is another
Oh,
way to look at it.
uh-huh.
This is my great
Oh,
grandfather's, and then also played by my great granduncle Baba Jwala Singh, one of the grand legends. I mean, he's he was known to be like one in several centuries kind of a phenomenon. Do you see the
wow.
second person from the left? That is me handcrafting the instrument back to life.
Wow.
This
But
instrument had died. And this
uh-huh.
old man on the left is Gyani Harbhajan Singh. He was a World War II veteran who made these instruments until 1949. So I
Uh-huh.
searched him. I went in search and I found him in 92, 93. This is 1995 when I had given up everything, flying and all that. Then I was went to another luthier who used to make sarangis, and he had leather, so I drove there and I put the leather. This is also in 1995. And this is the process
Wow.
of the peacock, how I sculpt. This is all done by me, sculpting the outside. Then this is my apprentice, then emptying all from inside, all the different stages, and assembled and varnished and
Uh-huh.
polished. And now it's standing on its feet. Isn't it
Wow.
fantastic?
But it's incredible. But how big is it? It seems to
It's
be.
big. It's taller than me. This is standing on its own leg, by the way. Huh? It doesn't need any support.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a. This is how, for example, it
Wow.
is. Not bad, huh? It's designed by the sixth
Wow.
Guru, Guru Hargobind. Yeah? This is my
Uh-huh.
granduncle, my very dear granduncle, Bhai Avtar Singh. I made it so that he could play this instrument. I gifted to him, and this is how I revived, had him play. Then he played, of course, for some time until he passed away in 2006. This is how, now you see how tall it is?
Oh, yeah. It's wow.
This
Nice.
is my granduncle.
How many strings in
It can have four
five?
strings to play. It can have four, three,
Uh-huh. Oh,
depending. Yeah, four, three, or five. There are different kinds, and but it's got every note you see is a fret. It's a fretted instrument, and
uh-huh.
about 17 or 19 or 25 frets, 21 frets. They're different. It's got sympathetic sense. This is my other anyway. I don't need to go there now. But this is, for example, the thousand. I was when you were, sharing that with us, the song that you just played. It was very uh, very good to see that you were playing. I think to have something like that, a historic instrument
Yeah.
like that, could be. You can. We'll work on it anyway. to
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
to look at
Sure.
that. Yeah.
Sure. It's really fascinating, really. Wow.
So that was one of the things that I recovered back. So this melody, I enjoyed the way that there's a lot of, um, although the wind that you used there in the one with the absence, but there's a lot of fluid, lot of water in your work. And I see a lot
Yes.
of fragrance. I don't see the flowers, but I see fragrance. it's almost like I don't see water, but I see vapor.
Uh-huh.
So it's
Yeah.
that
That's
there's a sense of tenderness in there, in the sense that it doesn't hit. It does no
yeah.
nothing. If I shake, let's say, if I take an object, it doesn't make any sound. So that's how I see. It's there, but it's not there. That's my
Yeah.
feeling
Yeah.
so far. What I've listened to
Oh,
your work. Does that
but
make any sense?
you are, yes, you are using images that I really like. Uh, this idea that even if you don't have the flower, but you have the fragrance of the flower. It's something that I really feel near my way of seeing things. For example, also when I
But I'm
use,
before you. I mean, I just because it's the analogy I use. I'm saying the flower is there. It's not the
yeah,
fragrance without a flower, but I don't see the flower. You have the
yeah,
capacity to not to let me even have a glimpse of the flower, but I'm drowned in the fragrance. You put me in the ocean, but I don't feel water. I only see I'm flying. I'm swimming in the vapor.
yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
that, and that's the paradox you're able to solve. Form is there, but there's a sense of formlessness.
Oh, wow. You're really using some analogies I really like. Yes. It's well, for the major part of this probably I do also naturally. I think if I would think more about obtaining this effect, I'm not sure that I would obtain that. I try to think a lot, but also to leave things go natural in my music. So maybe it's also the reason why it's possible to obtain this effect. Also,
Right.
when I think about mathematics in my music, it's always an idea. I do a lot of studies, but I never use exact algorithm. Otherwise, I think um, listening my music, there will be the perception of too much boundaries. Uh, uh, so algorithm will become like a cage for my music. So I try to use some philosophical parts. I mean, when I, for example, explore the zero or the infinite, which are two big, big words in mathematics. But I have the consciousness that both of them, I cannot touch them. So they are there, as you said, for the flower, they are there, but they are not exactly points, in particular the infinite. So you cannot touch the infinite. You can try to reach it. But it's not a pity, it's like that. Simply,
Yeah.
it's simple.
And I'm glad to see that, to see this virtue, this capacity in your work. Um, the next one I want to play is the Nomen that
Uh-huh.
you wrote for chamber orchestra. It's an audio, I think, that I
Yes,
have.
yes.
It's a live recording from 2015, um, and conducted by Andrea. And you used, and Valerio is also there, and he's playing the violin in it, and Antonio Aiello, and then viola is also there. Edoardo Rossavini, cello is played by Cristiano Sacchi,
Aki.
and then we have double bass by Paolo Ferrarini, flute by Arcadio Baracchi, oboe by Michela Francini, clarinets played by Marcello Bonachelli and Emilio Cecchini, um, Cecchini, and then bassoon is played by Riccardo Papa, trumpet by Luca Betti, uh, horns are played by Massimo Marconi and Angiolo Bernardi. And you told me that this version of Nomen, or Nomen, is it Nomen or No Men? I mean,
It depends on the pronunciation you choose
But
because
is it
I choose
about men? No men?
no, no, no,
Okay,
no,
I
no.
just wanted to make sure. Otherwise, I would have stopped talking to you now. For the
Oh,
next, I
okay.
would have just shut my mouth for the next 2 hours and I wouldn't speak. I would just
No,
and then,
no, please. No, no.
and that would have been feminism a little too far. Uh,
Uh,
and you told me
what?
that you use the same instruments of Wagner's Siegfried Idyll, little, and then. So tell us about this.
Yes, it to use these instruments, it was a specific require for this concert because it was a concert for charity for a local foundation here in Prato, and they asked me to write this piece for these instruments. But also this piece, they asked me also for another piece that was supposed to be played 2 days after.
Oh, I see.
So yes, for a totally different group of instruments. So I said, okay, I have to write two pieces with the same deadline because they were supposed to be played 2 days apart, so it was really too near. So I decided to start a project as as every time I find a new question for myself. The question was, how can I write two pieces for the same occasion, practically? And so I started this project called the Nomen, and this word refers to has got for me two meanings. The first one is the Latin word nomen nominis, that refers to the Italian word for nome, which means the name.
Name, yeah.
And sorry,
Name, yes. Name
name,
is
yes,
this.
yes. And it is that word that we use to give a name to to something, to call something. But also nomen with a little difference in the writing is a Japanese word that is used in the traditional no theater, and it is the mask worn by the actors during the performance. And I was fascinated by this analogy, nomen in Latin and nomen in, in Japanese. Um, and it's strange because for us, nomen is the name, is the practically the identity of a person or of something. I say the book, and for me that word means a specific object. But in the no theater, the nomen is a mask, so it's something that covers the identity of someone, of the actor. And the interesting thing about the nomen mask is that the actor has to find different ways to express himself, to do the performance. They also use the shadows on the stage or the shadows produced by the mask itself. So I decided to write these two pieces exactly in the same time,
I see.
but having two different ensemble. It was like the same play performed by two different actors, or two different actors wearing the same mask.
I
Of
see.
course, they are different. In the inside, they will perform differently, but it's the same mask. So that's what I try to explore in this
I see.
project. And there are other two versions. So in total, I have four versions of
And we're
this
playing
piece.
two of them we'll be able to share
Yes,
today. Yes. Okay.
yes, yes.
And shall we play the first one for the chamber
Yeah.
orchestra? Okay. We go to the slide here, and we play. Here we go. There's a slow down and then you merge back again. Now you can see the flower and the water. How is it to listen to the track again?
Well, uh, it's always incredible, you know, because I when I listen to it, I recognize many little things I did. For example, I remember exactly deciding this finale. that sort of breath sound, which is like uh, relaxing
The sighing, yes.
breathing, Yeah. And I really remember when the orchestra told me, "Oh, but probably it must be louder," because generally performers about this kind of sounds, they are worried that people will not listen to
Yeah.
it. But sometimes it's better the idea than the actual sound.
Yeah.
So too much will be too audible will be really too much in that case. So I remember this, and I also remember while writing both pieces together, we will listen the other track.
Yeah.
Um, that I asked myself, how can I obtain this effect without any woodwind or wind with instrument, because the other is just for strings, and I didn't wanted the orchestra to do the sound with the mouth, because they are string players. For me, they have to play strings. So I thought, and I found a way. Would you like me to tell
Yes.
how they're producing that sound,
I'm
or shall
waiting.
we before listen
I
and
see.
then
Okay, okay. We'll listen
you tell
first.
me? Oh, okay.
No, I'll go with the way. I mean, you're the chef.
Oh, well, let's
Yes.
listen.
Okay. Whoa.
Oh, it was really, really piano, you know.
Yeah. Oh, no. It is.
The-
Yes, you were telling. You were telling.
yes, because well, if I add the video, it will be also fascinating to see because it's even if it is a small sound, it's a big gesture that they do to obtain this sort of breathing sound. They are holding their violin or cello as as they generally do, but they are using the thumb to go along this string and made by 20 people all
Yeah.
together and looking at them doing this gestures. It was
Yeah.
an emotion for me.
Yeah.
And it sounded exactly like a breathing sound, like I would say in Italian sospiro di sollievo, somehow relaxing breath.
Yeah, there was I mentioned about Ramanjeet, who is an actor. She wrote earlier one of the comments. Her reaction was that there was a haunting quality to your the way you write. The instruments had a very haunting quality, which I
Uh,
haunt to like a very haunting quality,
mhm.
which I was interpreting as something that was very moving,
Uh-huh.
and which corresponds to that. I mean, haunting is not always the negative; it is very
Yeah.
moving. It's something very deep within. There's a nostalgic, but nostalgic in a way which is in a space where you don't know whether it's nostalgia, if I may, of the past or of the future. Is it like
Oh,
where you come from, or is it the call of the future where it's calling you?
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So
yeah.
when I see vapor, when I see the fragrance, but in this one I saw the heartbeat.
Yes.
In the previous one, as I said, now I can see the water and also the flower. But in this one, these two audio tracks, I could also see the heart. You're able to make the
Yeah.
heart beat, and there was one. And Chester also wrote an interesting question. I'll come to that. But one of my very dear elderly friends, Manglish Dabral, he's a poet who died, and I late last night I began, doing a elaboration of his poem in my language. I'm calling it a poetic elaboration or improvisation, which I don't know if it's been done before. It's not just a mere translation; it is also a translation,
Mhm.
but it's more of a translation elaboration, translation improvisation or expansion.
Mhm.
I don't know exactly, but I'm calling it the Kav Vistar in my Kav is poetry, poetic,
Huh?
Vistar is elaboration.
Interesting.
Um, uh, the poem that I read last night, if I may share that with you all, it's um, uh, Supne ki Kavita. Uh, I will read the English one for you first, so that later on, if I read the Hindi, he wrote in Hindi. It's
Okay.
been translated by Arvind Krishna Mehrotra. A poem of dreams. Uh, so it's again to do with where you're able to take the half notes where you say da 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 da, that half notes, and the idea of japa, as we say, meditation, simran,
Mhm.
jap and dhyan, when you are contemplating, it's like the rosary each. It's like living an age in between. So those
Uh-huh.
elements are there in that. So I thought there were two poems that I have worked. One I've just begun to uh, uh, sort of do the Kavistar, elaborate or write in Punjabi. But and I will only read the Hindi and English of that. But this one I might as well read in Punjabi for my Punjabi friends. But I'll read the English. It says, "Poem of Dreams. There is no running away from dreams. They happen as a consequence of waking. They tell us what we were and what we shall become. They make our half lives whole. While we breathlessly rush around in one hemisphere, they keep us quietly asleep in a corner of the other. In dreams, the earth looks round, just as our school books had said. The sun's heat is intense. And stars shiver in their cold light. Trees of happiness grow around us. Someone on a bicycle goes by. We hear a radio playing. We see our roots immersed in clear water. We see the moon shining in a small dark room. In dreams, we see ourselves as righteous men. We see an old cracked mirror. We see blood coming out our noses. So this is the one in English. And you can see the simile, like he's talking of sounds, and the other one is also about the sounds. But I'll come to that later. In Hindi, honoring him, he's just died because of COVID-19, like 8 days ago. सपने की कविता, सपने उन अनिवार्य नतीजों में से हैं जिन पर हमारा कोई नियंत्रण नहीं होता। वे हमारे अर्ध जीवन को पूर्णता देने के लिए आते हैं। सपने में ही हमें दिखता है कि हम पहले क्या थे या आगे चलकर क्या होंगे। जीवन के एक गोलार्ध में जब हम हाँफते हुए दौड़ लगा रहे होते हैं तो दूसरे गोलार्ध में सपने हमें किसी जगह चुपचाप सुलाए रहते हैं। सपने में हमें पृथ्वी गोल दिखाई देती है, जैसा कि हमने बचपन की किताबों में पढ़ा था। सूरज तेज़ गर्म महसूस होता है और तारे अपने ठंडे प्रकाश में सिहरते रहते हैं। हम देखते हैं चारों ओर खुशी के पेड़, सामने से एक साइकिल गुजरती है या कहीं से रेडियो की आवाज़ सुनाई देती है। सपने में हमें दिखती हैं अपने जीवन की जड़ें साफ पानी में डूबी हुई। चांद दिखता है एक छोटे से अंधेरे कमरे में चमकता हुआ। सपने में हम देखते हैं कि हम अच्छे आदमी हैं, देखते हैं कि पुराना टूटा फूटा आईना, देखते हैं एक पुराना टूटा फूटा आईना, देखते हैं हमारी नाक से बहकर आ रहा है खून। And I wrote in Punjabi, it's elaboration like this. Supne, it's unfinished, I mean, these are first drafts. Supne di kavta. ਜਿਵੇਂ ਦਾ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਾ ਸੂਰਜ ਦਾ ਕਿਰਨਾਂ ਸੰਗ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਚੰਨ ਦਾ ਮੁਹੱਬਤ ਨਾਲ, ਕਾਲਜੇ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਠੰਡਕ ਨਾਲ। ਨੀਂਦ ਦਾ ਸੁਪਨਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਅਟੁੱਟ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸੂਰਜ ਤੇ ਚੰਨ ਆਪ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਨਾਂ ਲਓ ਲੈ ਤਰੰਗਾਂ ਤੇ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸੂਰਜ ਤੇ ਚੰਨ ਆਪ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਨਾਂ ਲਓ ਲੈ ਤਰੰਗਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਾਬਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ। ਸੁਪਨੇ ਵੀ ਕਾਬਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ, ਬੇਲਗਾਮੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸੁਪਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਬਸ ਇਸ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਆਮਦੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬਗੈਰ ਜੀਵਨ ਖੋਟਾ ਸਿੱਕਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਅਨੁਭਵ ਪੂਰਨ ਨਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਸੁਪਨਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਯਾਦਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਬੀਤੇ ਹਾਉ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ, ਮੁਖੀਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਗੁਜ਼ਰੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੀਆਂ। ਸੁਪਨੇ ਹੀ ਤਾਂ ਦੱਸ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿ ਅਗਾਂਹ ਕੀ ਵਧਾ ਕੀ। ਜੀਵਨ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਡਾਲ 'ਤੇ ਰੇਂਗਦਿਆਂ ਹਫ ਰਹੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਢਾਲ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਡਾਲ 'ਤੇ ਰੇਂਗਦਿਆਂ ਹਫ ਰਹੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਢਾਲ ਮੰਡਲ 'ਚ ਸੁਪਨੇ ਦੀ ਚੈਨ ਦੀ ਨੀਂਦ ਸੁਲਾਈ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਹਨ। ਸੁਪਨੇ ਹੀ ਚੈਨ ਦੀ ਨੀਂਦ ਸੁਲਾਈ ਰੱਖਦੇ, ਚੁੱਪਚਾਪ ਸੁੱਤੇ, ਹੱਸਦੇ, ਉਦਾਸਦੇ, ਬੈਰਾਗ ਦੇ, ਸੁਹਾਗ ਦੇ। ਅੱਖਾਂ ਮੀਚ ਸੁੱਤਿਆਂ ਸੁਪਨਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਹੀ ਤਾਂ ਧਰਤੀ ਗੋਲ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਜਿੰਜ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਚਪਨ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਇਆ ਸੀ, ਦੂਰੋਂ ਲਾਗੇ ਵਿਖਾਇਆ ਸੀ। ਸੂਰਜ ਦਾ ਤਾਪ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਤਾਰੇ ਠੰਡ ਕੰਬਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਦੇ। ਸੂਰਜ ਦਾ ਤਾਪ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਤਾਰੇ ਠੰਡ ਕੰਬਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਦੇ। ਚਹੁ ਚੁਫੇਰੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਖਿੜੇ ਪੇੜਾਦ ਚੌਹ ਚੁਫੇਰੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਖਿੜੇ ਪੇੜਾਦ ਸਾਹਮਣਿਓਂ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਈਕਲ ਗੁਜ਼ਰਦੀ ਤੇ ਕਿਤੇੋਂ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਕੰਨੀ ਪੈ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੁਪਨੇ ਹੀ ਵਿਖਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ ਆਪ ਦੀਆਂ ਜੜ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੁੱਚੇ ਸੱਚੇ ਆਬੀ ਉਪਜੀਆਂ ਸੀਚਦੀਆਂ ਚੰਨ ਦਿਖਦਾ ਲਿਸ਼ਕਾਂ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਹਨੇਰੇ ਡੁੱਬੀ ਛਾਪੜੀ 'ਚ ਰੋਸ਼ਨੀ ਵਰਤਾਉਂਦਾ ਸੁਪਨਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਤਾਂ ਹਰ ਕੋਈ ਤਲਾ ਜਾਪਦਾ ਭਲਾ ਸੁਪਨਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਤਾਂ ਹਰ ਕੋਈ ਭਲਾ ਜਾਪਦਾ ਸ਼ੁਭਕਰਮੀ ਵਿਖਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਰਧ ਟੁੱਟਿਆ ਫੁੱਟਿਆ ਸ਼ੀਸ਼ਾ ਵੇਖਦਿਆਂ ਹੀ ਵਿਖਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਨੱਕ 'ਚੋਂ ਲਹੂ ਵਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ. So this was one, and the other one that I want to share, which is I think very interesting. In the next one, he writes, आवाज़ें कुछ देर बाद शुरू होंगी आवाज़ें पहले कुत्ता भौंकेगा पास से कुछ दूर ही नहलाएगा एक घोड़ा बस्ती के पास सियार बोलेंगे बीच में कहीं होगा झिंगुर का बोलना पत्तों का हिलना बीच में कहीं होगा रास्ते पर किसी का अकेले चलना इन सब से बाहर एक बाघ के ठुकराने की आवाज़ होगी मेरे गांव में. The translation is done by Girdhar Athi. He says the sounds. Now this is where I think why I was sharing all this is how you write, right? You begin with an empty paper, right? That's where the composition begins. And the thought, the coming of the thought, the parapashanti mada, the second stage is of expression is of vani, is pashanti, the origin of thought. So that's where the melody is already born, right? So and he writes the sounds, the one that I just read in English, the sounds. Soon it will begin to fill in with sounds. The dogs bark up the lane, the whining horse, jackals on the outskirts. Crickets chirping in between, the rustling of leaves, a solitary walk somewhere in a lonesome street. Farther away, a tiger, they would hear a roar over my hamlet. It's a translation which is in Hindi is what Bangladesh is talking about the moment that it is about to begin. It's almost like when the night is ending and the day is to begin, right?
Wow.
And
Wow.
and it's like when I see you working in this piece, especially the one that we heard just now, it's almost like a portrait of a town, of the entire humanity within, where I could see someone meditating, a bird flying, someone walking. So while I was listening, I was reminded of that poem by Manglesh about the kinds of sounds. And with your question marks that you showed us in your hand and the whole formula of how your methodology of that you're basically trying to answer questions and you end up with a composition, but by the time you end a composition, you're left with more questions. And the quest continues. That's a beautiful process in a way. And that's, isn't it? Like the day is ending here in Delhi. It's about 7 p.m. and it's dark outside, winter night, and then there will be the night. Everybody will sleep, and then the next day. Each composition like that. I think if a music, a piece of music is able to make us travel, give us that sense of time, is actually music. One is so bored of listening to music. Which is totally detached from the listener, does not talk to the listener, has no meaning to the listener. It has a meaning to somebody's ego, somebody's CV, that I have done this and I've got so many views. But how many were impacted? Like the very first thing, my granduncle, talking of music and masters, he was a virtuoso maestro to the power of N. He was an exegete. He said, I'm going to give you rare knowledge, महंगा ilm as he would call it, priceless, because you just cannot buy it if you went to find it. This is rare. And he says, don't go around toppling other people's turbans and hats. Just don't go around insulting other people because they know less than you, or they would know subsequently less than you once you've studied this. But then he spoke of, I mean, it's very beautiful to remember him. He said that with the knowledge that I gave, and once you have put in your effort to earn it, I'm gifting you knowledge. But once you've earned it, you worked hard and you understood, you're able to. Many people, thousands and thousands of people will roll their heads. But if one wise man or a woman were to nod the head in 50, 60, 70 years in your entire lifetime, then you know that you have achieved something. These are like the first lessons. He's like as if preparing me for, for where I'm heading. He says, I'm going to go soon. I may not be around, but this is how you must do. The idea of, what I see in your work is that they're able to make us travel. They're telling a story, and they are making us ponder. They are ushering us into a space where we are. It's almost like standing in front of the mirror, which Manglesh Dabral just wrote. That in dreams, when you stand in front of your mirror and you see blood coming out. I mean, I don't see it as a tragedy. I see blood coming out means you're full of blood, you're full of life. Yeah. And it's the moment. You mentioned about heart and blood. You mentioned about blood running in the veins. Yeah. I see those very similar, motifs. And that's the reason I don't usually read poetry in between Baiṭhaks, but when we're talking about something, but I thought there was a very interesting correlation.
Great. I'm so happy to see those bridges you're mentioning. And actually, it's what I think, what I try to to do. But I think that all these achievements must be reached naturally. The more natural we let everything flow, creativity, thoughts, everything, the more we will achieve, I think. Of course, we have to study and to go deep in our research, but also let everything breathe. Also our mind, our creativity breathe and like blood going in our veins, naturality in what we do is important, I think.
Yeah. The other, Czesław, I mentioned that Czesław had written a note that says Signora Muratore's, he's a pianist, no? The one I was talking about, whom I give in Punjabi, and he writes the staff notation. He's a pianist from Poland. He's now in London. He says, Signora Muratore's string writing and the way it blends with her melodies reminds me very much of Osvaldo Golijov and his treatment of the same. I wonder if there's a link. Osvaldo Golijov?
Don't know.
I see.
No, so
there is no link.
But I will check for sure.
Yeah, I'll connect you guys. Anyway, he's there. You can on the comments. You will find him on the comments.
I will check for sure.
And
now I'm curious.
Yes, you better be. You can't mess with Czesław. He's a naughty fellow. But the problem is that we don't know whether to be wary of his half Sardar blood or half Polish blood. So one knows that there's no escape either way. Both are equally tough fellows. Um,
Uh,
this is wonderful. So, what's are you working on a project nowadays, Elvira?
in these days, I'm working a piece for guitar, and I should finish it in a few days. It's for a CD. Luigi Attademo, an Italian guitar player, is planning a CD with new music paired with Astor Piazzolla
I see.
music.
I
So
see.
I'm going to write this one, and then I will go on with the Alias project. With Valerio, we decided to do a new part of the project where my music is near Johann Sebastian Bach music, which is one of my favorite composers, probably my favorite one. And we are planning to work with the famous cello suite, but of course in a version for viola d'amore and together with my music, so will be a strange merge of ancient and new sound, but it's well, for me it's not so strange. I already did with Valerio.
Right, right. And to have you ever heard people telling jokes, like when it's a nice light moment when people are just joking and they start telling jokes in Italy? There's when people are there in restaurants, sometimes have you heard people tell
Uh-huh,
jokes? Like just jokes,
uh-huh,
like scares, you know?
uh-huh. Sorry, I didn't understand the meaning of the yes
The
jokes. I know, but
Yeah, but have you heard people telling jokes?
yes, uh-huh.
When
About jokes about oh,
anything. I mean
yes.
jokes.
Okay, in general, yes.
Yeah. Do you like jokes?
Uh, yeah. Well, why not? Yes, it's it's a good way to
So
well,
you have to tell us one
entertain.
joke.
Oh no, no, I'm not
So
good
what's
in
the
telling jokes because
when you listen to jokes when people is there a joke that comes to your mind?
no.
Uh,
If you ask me, all the jokes I know they disappear. It's- because no, I'm telling the truth. I really don't feel able to tell jokes because when I have to speak, and also I was uh, a little bit stressed this morning because when I have to speak, for me it's also tough. I prefer to write music, you know, so that than speaking with words. It's, so and in jokes, you have to choose the right word. So no, even in English, it's not.
but I'm not asking you to compose a joke. Is there a
Oh
joke
no,
that you
no.
like a joke that something from your the uh,
Oh,
you don't remember a joke? Come on, I have to
oh,
complain to Andrea. This is
yes. And if you do, you have all the reasons. Because, oh, uh, uh, mm,
you don't
no,
you
sorry.
can it's
I wish
okay.
I could
I
say,
mean the joke
oh,
is already
maybe.
done. I've already teased you enough. Okay. Now,
Yes.
coming to the composing part. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
if there are the young and upcoming budding composers, um, with the experience that you've had in terms of writing, what would be your, um, you know, sort of advice to them or tips that you would give? How do like I mentioned, like my son Leonardo Amartyan Singh, he likes writing music, and me and you we listen to a few tracks like that. So he's one of the
Yes.
young ones, but also the senior guys. I mean, who are normally what we hear. is generally um, a melody, and you start singing, and somebody plays the drums.
Mhm.
In India, normally it's a very primitive kind of compositional structure that goes on. I'm sort of one of the rare ones, in the sense that for the first time I have ever, I wrote an original composition, a Chaupada of Guru Nanak in Rag Gaudi Baragan, and I notated the percussion being a being sort of a multiple responsibilities that I live. Um, I wrote the tradition, not just new, but that's the recovery. It's a conservation part of the conservation project. What was played at the time. So it's UNESCO's projects of intangible to the power of n. Those guys, because they're misled by people, the real people. They don't get to approach which are the heritages, which are the lost heritages, or those that still are surviving, breathing the last, or they are sort of in intensive care. So when I'm, for example, writing, I'm thinking about what would be played along with it. Percussion, and I'll send you the work, for example, or you know what? I don't know if it'll be a good idea to play that. The electronic version of that. Shall we play that on Muse, that software that Cheslav has done? Cheslav, what do you
Why not?
say? Shall we do? I've never tried that before.
Let's.
Let's see if I can find that. And Cheslav has transposed, I mean, he's put them all on the software, and in which, of course, it'll be the slides will be in the software. The slides are not slides; they're basically touching all the microtones, or all the not microtones, all the notes in between, and so let me see if I can find one of the, let's say, Uthan Gaudi, Gaudi Baragan. Let's see this. Um, and open a score. Gaudi Baragan is already open. Let me go to this. Is, for example, written by Cheslav, as you see. Let me see if I can make it make it full. Does it do anything? Yeah, it shows. Okay, perfect. So I need to look at whether it has got the. It's a long one, huh? Yes, it is the one.
Oh,
Shall we listen to it all, or just maybe just the composition part? Yeah, we'll just do the composition part, and there's a prelude also I've written.
uh-huh.
With, you can see piccolo recorder, harpsichord, like
Mm-hmm.
that. So, but anyway, this is just the um, how we say, electronic music. It'll be is the
Mm-hmm.
software playing and giving an idea. But this is something which I did, and it's gonna be very important when it is. We were supposed to present it when the lockdown happened. This is the kind of work which I
Uh-huh.
was doing, and I have to get back to writing. I'm just going to the right page because otherwise it'll be like several minutes. Where is the asthai? Is it here? Page 47. Um, yes. Let's see. Yeah, it is already here. I've gone, I think, too far ahead. Let me. Yeah, this is. Have patience, people. I'm being very patient, trying to show this to you. So,
I'm very curious. So,
yeah. Let's see, let's start from here
okay.
and we'll see where we are. Let's see. Oops, can you hear it? No.
Yes, yes.
In out. Um, I don't want to.
But I can listen.
Yeah, but is it better now?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's more.
So this is already starting. This is the prelude actually. This is the early part. So there's a voice coming in now. Now the first stanza begins. Is it interesting?
Sorry?
Is it interesting?
Wow.
It's the first stanza.
Uh-huh.
Goes on like that. So that's the percussion which is going on at the back.
Wow.
The clavichord is percussion transposed as melody.
Wow.
It's never been done before. second stanza. This is in between prelude,
Uh-huh.
interlude, just and this, and then the next. मछली हो जल बसा जीव जौत सब अपार मेरा सब हवसाय हमें वार पार मेरा सब हवसाय हमें लोगी and then the last one. Nagain hova dhar vasana gain hova dhar Savade vasai bhaujai Dare kaisada Jene ju nanak sadam suhagani Jene jyoti jyot samaye ban jare Ram ki ban jare Ram ki tera naam vakhar wapar ji tera naam vakhar wapar ji ban jaren Ram ki ban jaren Ram. Anyway,
Oh,
this is like
wow.
this is like little wild. I've never done this before. I think I don't know. I've never shown it yet. You know, this has never been done before. So in a way, it's like the first public viewing of this work of mine, which has never been in the history of Indian music, never been done before. Where I have, I'm sort of a host and a caretaker of some very extraordinary some extraordinary poetry of percussion, and I have
Yeah.
written music to it. I have written the percussion has been now translated onto the piano or the keyboard or any string instrument, and
Wow.
it's never been done before. Like for
Yeah.
example, if I'm playing um, um, Dhan natata dhatik dhatit dhala tet dhadi natata karna tet tagat tagat tagat. It's been written in music by me. So tagat
Wow.
exactly.
Wow.
But in the same
It's
raga,
really interesting.
and it's a rare raga, Gaudi Baragan, and I have done it in that, and it's all when I'm writing multiple lines, they're always the same raga, and I'm trying to sort of find solutions to the intonation. For example, if I'm touching ah my, this is not there on the piano. This note ah re re ma ma re sa re re ma. Basically, every note corresponds to another within the Indian raga
Uh-huh.
system, and whereas in the kind of the major the scale that there is, which to which the piano notes are tuned, is a different one. It doesn't work like that. The notes themselves don't really have an relationship with each other. So it's basically dissonant for to our ear.
Uh-huh.
It is not able to merge into another. The resonance doesn't merge in another. So it's a different formula, which is, it's not that it's a bad formula, it's one formula. But then I'm in finding solution to that, I'm juxtaposing that position to another position. So when I'm
Oh.
touching a note,
Uh-huh.
that note is not being touched by anybody else in the orchestra. In this,
Oh. Whoa.
that's the
Whoa. This
secret.
is really interesting. Yeah. Great.
I shouldn't be talking about it. I don't know why, because not yet. I mean, it's almost published, but I thought this is something
Wow.
very rare. I've not yet shared it with anyone outside my little world before. But just so you know, I mean, people would be wondering, why
Yeah.
am I talking to a composer? So that they,
Yeah.
and maybe even you would be wondering, why am I talking to a composer? But maybe because
But,
I'm a self-styled one. I'm not from any conservatory or from any university, but I'm from the tradition. Um,
yes, but what you are talking about is um, well, you told I'm finding solutions. So you asked yourself a question. I mean, you are working like you're a composer.
well, I
I can say,
am.
of course. Yeah,
You
I
can
know.
say that four times more.
Yeah, yeah. Great. It's really interesting what I saw now,
What do you
I'm
think of
so
that? Yeah, I was
curious.
coming to that. What do you
Yeah,
think of this? Tell me
yeah.
what your
I'm
reaction is. Yeah.
I I'm really curious to listen to it with real instruments because I know that there is also even more, much more than
I
what
need to raise funding.
Alessio
I mean, I was
Fedele.
imagine I was to the concluding of the 550th year. I
Yeah,
planned to do this at Kartarpur, which is now in Pakistan. It was like an entire orchestra I wanted to bring,
wow.
and but you need some wonderful people in different every stage to make the waters flow. Especially when waters are nectar and it's not just ordinary water. Nectar comes with little snobbery. It doesn't like it chooses
Yeah.
whom to engage with and when to flow, when not to flow. But there's a process ongoing. Next year is the 500th anniversary of the school I had, and I've revived the Dharamsal, which was founded by Guru Nanak. So I'm patient in that. Maybe it's for that I'm writing. But anyway, please continue. What do you think about this kind of anyway? Your reaction to that?
Oh, well, at a certain point, it reminds me the process of passacaglia, which is a kind of, well, a type of composition I like. So there is this melody, which is the foundation of everything, and then other melodies relate to that in order to build the entire building of the entire structure of the composition. So really, I'm so curious. I would like to see more moment because really and also I even if I didn't catch immediately what you told me was the process you were using, so not use that note and the other instruments on, but um, by listening it was clear that there was of course a sincere process in writing. So I really believe that when we write music with a clear research, the listener will understand. Even if the listener will not understand all the particulars, but there is something to follow with the mind, with the ear. And so, uh, thank you for sharing this
Oh,
because for me it was really
I don't know
incredible.
why I did because it's still a work in progress. Usually things are
Well,
not shared before. I mean, to you, of course, I will share, but publicly, I mean, I ended up sharing it
yeah,
publicly, which is a little odd. I mean, my entire career so far has been plagiarized. I mean, people who design clothing or sell clothing, they have copied my stuff. From people
oh,
who run departments have stolen my work. So now this is something more that will send.
mm,
Even sometimes,
mm,
even before I go public, they go public. So
oh,
I
oh,
get tired of, and I got so much to do. I don't have time to run after my own thieves. So,
yeah,
and then these people spend their times and retire and go on without
mm,
even knowing what the tradition is, ever studying it, or becoming part of the contemplation, or concerning about it, engaging in serious discussion about what is heritage, what
yeah,
exactly is musical knowledge that belongs to a particular region,
yeah,
and some of the idiots don't even know what is it to that you just simply don't import a seed and plant at the expense of the flora and fauna of your own region.
Yeah.
You should go and have a look at a Japanese garden, but don't come and now just because you like it, then you will now suddenly come and remove your entire jungle, which is native to your place, and then you would bring something. No, you go and visit other jungles. You don't suddenly come and remove all the mango trees here and you want to plant olive trees. I mean, why? Get the olives from Italia, no, or from Spain, etc. Enjoy that.
Yeah.
The tomatoes, the puri that comes, that has its own taste. Soil has its own color, and that must not be fiddled with. So I don't know why I played it publicly, but anyway, it is out now. It's something that I'm planning. The ensemble, there's a very serious work I've done. 33 years of contemplation is now, this year I've been writing music, of recovery. It's basically the first sunshine of all that I have done is what is intended. Hopefully next year maybe in Delhi, in Rome, of course, I want to do. Maybe at the Vatican we might do something. Or and at Kartarpur, bringing some of the finest musicians. And that's, I was talking with, now you understand, and others will understand when I say, oh, we can have Andrea come and we can work with him. So here it is, the whole entire work is done. You just have to write things for, I want to bring instruments, for example, from wherever Guru Nanak went. Here is the idea, people. Those who are funders and all who are holding on to their pockets with the money, come, let's do something beautiful, and rather than wasting away our years. Guru Nanak went and met with some of the finest minds. Some of the finest minds studied with him about what is it to be a beautiful fellow, how to become a beautiful person. And if we can converge together, if we can bring together some of the finest minds and realize, and this composition that I'm singing is original of Guru Nanak. That's how it's remembered in my family. It goes back to the last decade of the 15th century, or around 1490s or so. And that's the history of the and percussion, which I have written, is also from his times or the other gurus' times. And that's the basis of this.
It's really incredible what you're saying. Really, it's wow. For me, it's mind blowing to think about all this history, this heritage. It's incredible. Thank you. I have to say thank you, really, because I'm discovering in this moment really, really incredible things. Thank you.
No, my pleasure.
Wow.
I thought it was very important in a way to, as part of the composition of, I mean, the reason I show is also who's seen tomorrow. We talk of breath, we talk of air. As Guru Nanak said that, Hum Admi Haik Dami, we are, the ones with a breath, with one breath worth, whose worth is only one breath. And Mohalat Mohta na jana, and I know not, he says, how long I have to breathe, how many breaths, how many times I'll breathe. The one, which means, translated as the one that has come in will ever go, or the one that has gone, will it ever come back? That's the worth. He's so organic, he's so bare, he's so ruthlessly beautiful and honest and transparent. So the reason I share is that I don't know when is tomorrow, if there's tomorrow or not, but this is to let it out in the open, is only to send my blessings and best wishes by sharing this project and work. But I'm so glad that you could hear some and you made me show it, so you're the culprit.
Thank you. I'm really, really happy to be part of this, to have had the opportunity to listen this. Thank you.
Elvira, anything else? I mean, it's we can continue. Our conversations will continue, but and there are so many questions. I want to talk about your composers. I mean, the teachers that you. Maybe can we spend 4-5 minutes about talking about your teachers? The one,
Yes,
your most important mentor that you studied
yes,
with, is you also studied with Ivan Fedele, no?
yes,
What is it?
yes,
I mean, how is a composer? And it brings me to the question also that I was asking about for the composers like me and others. What would be your advice, and especially the
yes,
youngsters? What would be your advice be? And if you can also tell the question that I asked you before I played that shared that work about what was it for you to learn from these composers and those who taught composition, and on the basis of your experience, what would be your advice, and your how would you um, like to mentor everyone
yes,
who's interested
yes.
in compositions? Yeah.
Well, concerning my teachers, first of all, I have to say thank you to my very first teacher of composition. That was Maestro Claudio Boncompagni, and he gave me the fundamentals tools to work with music. So I learned counterpoint from him, and my music actually now is based on counterpoint. But through him, I had the opportunity to experiment different styles, and that's important when you study. Uh, I learned many things from every composer I studied with. And for example, with Ivan Fedele, he gave me some the good advices in the good moment. When I started studying with him, I thought it was too early for me, but just after I realized that he told me exactly what I needed in that moment, and so on. I could mention every one of them I studied with, and they gave me very very important advices. And so, what I can say to young composers is to be curious, and always open-minded to everything that comes every day. Also, not. I give an example. First, the very first competitions I was involved in as a composer, I was still studying. I arrived at the final, but I didn't win any any award. Okay, but it was really an enriching experience for me to listen to other composers who won an award in that occasion. So also not winning something, it's a way to
It is.
reach
Yeah.
yourself. So always be minded and take all the good that comes from every single experience. Um, in this way, you will gain more and more and more, and also you will gain something. Also, when you don't expect to gain something, to learn something.
Some only take prizes, but others take lessons, and
Oh
to
yeah,
be able to witness prizes for that moment, but that is not the summation of an entire lifetime's work.
yes,
So prizes are important to see what contemporaries are doing. In fact, when I took my student who's in Italy, Parminder Bhamra, he was outstanding. In fact, people had to cheat him out. I mean, there's some corruption, such corruption. He was leading, and the host professor went to the judges and said, "Don't give him that. Make him second." So it's like that corrupt kind of thing which kept him. But I told him, I drove him myself, my own student, and I said that I'm taking you so that you can witness who are going to be your contemporaries. these awards are nobody. They don't, even the judges won't know how to judge you, because what I'm teaching you, they don't know. So if they don't know, if you've never seen a jewel with this carat, how will you judge it? You won't know
Yeah.
that there's something like that. So I told him, but it's important for you to participate. Even if you don't
Yeah.
win, it's important to participate, because the knowledge that you have, the capacity that I'm going to bless you with or endow you with, it's a marathon run. It's part of the forming, it's part of the learning process, even to be able to compete with others or to pit one's own creation, and to be to get it vetted, to be refereed by others. And the greater the referees who can shock you with their criticism, the better it is, because if you find solutions to sort of not satisfied, but just to get the nod from some of the fiercest critics, you've done your job. You become unbeatable. As I say, you can match me, but you can't beat me. I'll allow you to match
Yeah.
me, but you can't go ahead of me. I'm that ruthless when I work. So I think that's a very important part, because students are listening. Many students and youngsters listen to my conversations. So when you mention about, it's a very important one, because everybody who competes does not, everybody doesn't get the first prize. There's only one first prize. Rarely you get a joint first prize. In fact, Elvira, when I used to go and be a jury member, I had a style that I would always be the guy with a pen and taking notes, quietly writing down what is being done. And all the other judges, the 2 or 3 judges would want to be quickly, oh, so-and-so is the first and second. I said, hold on. Wait a minute. So I would go and stand up in front of all the participants, all the colleges and schools at times, their teams, and I would say, so and so, starting with the last team, telling that this is the composition you sang, here is the problem I had. The next school or the college, this is what you played, this was the competition, and this is the problem that there was. And I'm addressing the students, not just the students, but the teachers, because they are all being trained by teachers. And then I would come to the 4th and the 5th position. Then I'll come to the 3rd one, telling, this is what you did, and these are my notes. You did this here, you did this here, and the reason why you're 3rd is because of this, and you're 2nd because of this, and you win because of this. So people would actually listen to that 20 minutes long justification of why is it? Because my purpose is not just to give away prizes. It's say you're all in the forming, you're all sort of growing. You're not yet fully grown trees. And if you're fully grown trees, I will stop judging, because who's to judge? I mean, how can I compare a mango tree with an apple tree? But
Yeah.
I can come and say, excuse me, you're not taking care, and somebody's gonna eat you up. You have to protect the seed when until it sprouts. Once it sprouts, you still have to protect it. So I can have something to say about when you're in the forming. But once you're fully formed, I will come and see you, and I'll come to witness you, and I will not judge you. I will remember that the fruit from your tree, from your orchard, is like this, and it has a tinge of sourness, it's little bitter. It's bittersweet, but it's a bittersweet of this kind. The other one is sweet, but of this kind. I might take notes and enjoy it. And somebody says, well, I would like to, I've never tasted a fruit that can be sweet and can be bitter at the same time, but I want to have a little sourness. I'll say, well, the soil from that area, there's an orchard. If you go to meet so-and-so, try that fruit. That's the position I am in, or I would want to be in. It's not about, beyond a point, you stop being a judge. You start becoming a witness. And you take it as it comes. It's like when we learn about to take sorrow and joy the same way. You're not fooled by the idea of joy. and you're not fooled by the idea of pain. You're okay.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
unfazed. So likewise, it's a composer who has an intent of composing like this, or it's a musician who likes to play in a certain way. It's a thinker who likes to think in a way, or writer who writes, and you witness it, you enjoy it, and then you
Yes.
move on. Like
Yes.
birds, but migratory
Yes.
birds, and who are only migrating, they don't have an abode. You just move on, and then suddenly only the winds are flying. Your time was up. That is the space which now
Yes.
interests me.
Wow.
You tell me a story now. I told you many stories.
As-
You're telling about your teachers,
so,
etc. I mean, if you have, then
well,
we can say goodbyes after that.
yeah, yeah. Well, um another story. Well, I can say that I really linked to my very first teacher of composition. Unfortunately, he died a few years ago, and it was terrible news. But I always will remember any single thing he told me. Also, I mentioned to you 2 days ago when we had a call that he forced me to write in a certain way that I didn't want it, but it was a great exercise, great exercise, because in his way of teaching, he gave me the opportunity to choose, and that's what a composer has to do. As always, you have so many possibilities concerning the way you write, the technique you can use, everything. There are endless possibilities, but you have to choose. And you have to know all the possibilities and all the consequences of each thing you write. Then you can choose. And as I mentioned before, when you choose really with your consciousness and doing a real research in your music, people will understand that it's a fair work, not just writing some notes on paper, and people will understand maybe not the technical part, but it's not important. They will understand with their soul, with their mind. So for me, it's very important to be fair with me, with myself, with my research, so that people will understand I'm fair in general,
Well, that's nice. Well, thank you so much for taking time out. I've stolen a lot of, I guess the entire morning of yours. But
But it was really a pleasure. I don't know how much time we
oh,
spent together, but it was
we've
really
only,
good time.
it's about 4 hours and 20 minutes almost.
Wow, really? Wow. Wow. It was really a nice conversation for me.
I appreciate that. And tell me, there's one more thing about you
Yes,
have there's a scuola in your in Prato.
yes,
You teach
it's true.
there or what?
Well, I sometimes teach theory, but my role principally is to relate with the teachers, deciding exams, concerts for students, deciding um, the path for students.
I see. That's nice because I saw that their Facebook page and I liked it, and I saw that they were very glad about this. I think they shared our thing, and
Yeah, yes, they
my
are. They are.
greetings to the teachers and shout out to the students. I hope you all do well. They're
I
lucky to
will tell
have
them.
you and Andrea in Prato, and it's wonderful.
Yes, we we are very proud of our school. It's uh, not very big reality, but we care of each student. So
That's fantastic. Thank you so very
yeah.
much for taking time out for the YaarAnād Virtual Baiṭhak series. Um, I'm,
Thank you.
it was a wonderful conversation for me to have as well. Thank you for that.
For me too. Me too.
All right. Goodbye. Yes.
Bye.
So, friends, that was my conversation with composer Elvira Muratore, and I hope that you enjoyed the conversation. And it was very inspiring at that. You see the process of what is it to um, start, with an empty sheet of paper, you know, empty, all empty, and then you fill up. How do you fill up? That process is very, I think it's okay to meet with musicians, um, but it's important to meet with those who create music, who write music, um, or write letters, or sculpt. The process, listening to music is like watching a sculpture. But what is it to be a sculptor? Uh, what is it to be a calligrapher? They are very, very important conversations for me to have, and I hope that you've enjoyed it as much as I did, or even a bit of what I did. But I hope to see you. Thank you all all those of you who took time out today, and those who will watch it in the future. And I'll see you soon with my next YaarAnād Virtual Baiṭhak series in the next days. Until then, very dear, Khuda Hafiz, a warm Khuda Hafiz, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, Satkartar, Namaskar, Buonanotte, Italia, Buonanotte.